Oh my God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
All right. Hey. Ba, ba, ba. And I think your ass fly as shit. And I straight up real talk. All bullshit aside, she replies, I like to do the wild thing. At my place, now my place is her place. Yeah. Call me on the late night, get right. He ain't acting right. Every superwoman needs a superman. Here I am. A mochero. Hey. All right. All right. What does this person say? Something interesting here. It says streamer hot take networking. If someone's first message in stream chat, um, if someone's first message in stream chat in my replies here on X or in my DMs is is any kind of promotion or asking favors, I cut ties. You pretty much made the worst first impression possible, and I feel like a number to you. Thoughts? Yeah. Wait, what? Community manager? Stellar Blade, Celebrate. Okay, now available on PS5, PS5 Pro. I don't know. Naughty Dog is still, yeah, Naughty Dog is still taking like the craziest. Oh. Okay. Let's see here. YouTube. Let me check out some stuff on YouTube. What is going on? So we got CD Project Red is cooked from Smash JT, and then we also have the Veilguard wrecked on Steam top seller charts by Var Dark. Damn. This will not make better games. Halo's composer destroys DEI in the video game industry. Oh my goodness gracious. Yeah, people are starting to realize they're like, this is not selling. It's pretty much what it is. They're realizing like, hey, this is not selling. So type of stuff. So let's look at oops. Let's look at this one. Oh, whoops, hold on. Oh, wait, we're not even on shorts. Yeah, we're not even on shorts. Never mind. We're good. We're on regular YouTube. I forgot. We're not even using vertical plugin. Okay. So let's see.
There is
All right. Let's see here. CDPR is cooked. This is from Smash JT. Let's see what he had to say about this whole thing.
a massive transformation occurring in the video game industry right before our eyes, and many people don't even see it happening. CD Projekt Red is a prime example for it, and although the studio seems to be crumbling from the inside out, it does give us hope that change is coming, and for the better. What's going on, guys? Welcome to another episode of Smash JT, and CD Projekt Red is falling apart at the seams, with many top-level developers leaving mass exodus to form their own companies because they're so sick and tired of just how woke CD Projekt Red has become that they can't take it anymore.
Yep, and exactly what's going to happen is that those companies, it's two things are going to happen. Either those companies or are going to be the ones that replace the existing brands, or it's going to be those companies additionally with indie devs, because indie devs are killing it right now. A lot of indie games are killing it. So it's one of those things where it's like you gotta like, it's almost like, how do I say it? Like tinfoil hat, I guess you could say. This is just my crazy take on it. It seems like with the game industry, like, and how this whole didn't earn it stuff, that's happening. Honestly, I think what it is that it's like a sense of entitlement. You know, you're like, well, I'm Ubisoft, I did this. I'm this company, I did this. I'm that company, I did this. I'm CD Projekt Red, we made this game, this game, this game. So we're entitled to have these choices and everything like that, which is fine. You can try to do that and have the entitlement and be like, oh, well, you know, the success we did off these games and everything, let's go ahead and just make games that are just that the people don't want, or that's going to cause some controversy, especially like CD Projekt Red with their intergalactic game. That game right there is like already causing controversy, and the game's not even out. Like, we didn't even see gameplay of it yet. So the crazy thing is, right, it's like they can do that, but then we're just like, all right, it's easy. We're just not going to buy the game. We'll just spend our $70 elsewhere, because we already know that's what the pricing of that's going to be. Unless somehow that game drops for like $30, it's going to drop at $70. Why? Because it's a lot of studios. I'm not saying every studio, but like a good amount of studios, obviously the budget that they have received, it's like a loan. They got to pay it back. So what do they got to do? They got to they got to at least break even. If not, then they got to at least break even. Other than that, they got to make profit. If not, well, then that's when you get your investors mad, because they invested into your studio, your company, for this specific game or for the IP, and it's not doing well, so they're gonna take their money elsewhere. That's it.
Hit that subscribe, give me a like, and check out SmashJT.com for the full article discussing how CD Projekt Red is falling apart at the seams right now.
Yep.
But it's not all bad news, because the people leaving the company are forming their own, and these are very talented people that don't want to deal with wokeness.
Like, look at I want to say it's wokeness or anything, but look at Vandahar. Vandahar, he made a game. Was it Barnhouse Games or Bullet Farm or Farm? Is it Bullet Farm? Bullet Farm Game Studio. He's bringing people on, and they're gonna be making a game and everything. People don't know who Vandahar is. Vandahar is was the guy for Call of Duty. Like, like anything that was multiplayer wise, things like that. Like, everybody talked to him. He reciprocated things that were coming out on Call of Duty, and like everybody was pleased. Everybody was happy with this guy. This is during like COD 4, Modern Warfare 2 OG, Modern Warfare 3 OG. I think it was like all the way up to Advanced Warfare, like those games. And now it's like, like after he left, like things just seemed like it turned for the worse. But yeah.
As if the trailer for The Witcher 4 didn't expose the reality to everyone already, the once incredibly celebrated studio of CD Projekt Red now finds themselves in the all-too-familiar position these days with many other major AAA studios. Huge waves of many of the most important developers have decided to leave CD Projekt Red and instead form their own alliances and new studios, all because they're sick and tired of woke ideologies being forced upon them at their original workplace.
Yeah, that, and then also, like, everybody knows that successful games that come out, it's for the I was gonna say for the business. That's what makes the business go. Yeah, that's what actually builds up the business and everything. So people that are getting all upset and everything, saying, "Oh well, I don't know why people are leaving and this and that." It's like, well, look at your product that's coming out. And the thing is, I don't blame all the devs. I know there's a good amount of people that do blame the devs and everything, but I don't blame the devs for the situations that are happening. I don't blame them for that, because there has been a lot of it's been happening over time. It's like the suits, the higher ups, the investors, whatever. They're the ones that are like talking about this. Mainly it's the higher ups, in charge of the whole kit and caboodle. Like, they're the ones that are like no, this is happening, this is happening, this is happening. But then devs are trying to like voice their thoughts on this, like, hey, the community does like this, like, the consumers are not liking this and that, and they're pretty much like, I don't care, things like that. Devs can only do so much. They now if you're an indie studio and you're doing this, then it's the devs, yeah. But if you're a AAA studio, you got to deal with suits, you got to deal with investors, you got to deal with shareholders, all of them.
Hey, maybe there's some hope for gaming after all. Sometimes it feels like it's all doom and gloom on this channel with everything going to hell, but here's a situation where we see developers themselves taking a step back saying, yeah, no, this is actually stealing away our creative freedoms, and we're not going to stand for it. Exactly. The currently ongoing mass exodus isn't just a basic shift of unimportant, meaningless people leaving a company. It's way bigger than that, and it's a clear reflection to everyone witnessing of the much deeper cultural and operational issues going on within CD Projekt Red. The overwhelming stench of woke mindsets and toxic positivity has filled the hallways of the once prestigious organization. That in itself has stifled the exciting creative freedoms that the team morale used to enjoy previously.
And you know what's going to happen? This is in next month. Because I don't know if you guys have noticed, if you guys have seen like the news or not, but or on social media, Congress already is going back to changing how work is and hiring practices are. It's going to be off of the state of merit, not whatever else, what's going on now. It's going to be off the state of merit. So skill, knowledge, your experience, things like that, that's going to be applied to being put into your job. Because right now what's going on is obviously it's not working, right? So here's the big issue that's going to happen with a lot of these companies that are still pushing like pushing all the stuff that's happening right now. If you were to, what's going to happen is, and I could be wrong, but I have a strong feeling, if these companies do not change policies and change what's going on right now by, I want to say, let's say March, by March of next year, those people, like when, if they don't change, Congress obviously changed the policy, so they have to abide by it. And what's going to happen is that these companies are going to lose a lot of employees, and it's going to be damn near bare bones. And what's going to happen is whoever's left are going to be like, you know, obviously some of the higher ups might leave too, but what's going to happen is only some people that are experienced, obviously, that still have their job and everything, they're going to be the ones that stay, but it's going to be grueling because they don't have that many people working on certain games and things like that. I think that's what's going to happen. I feel like that's what's going to happen.
Some could even argue that CD Projekt Red at one point was leading the industry with the creative freedoms that they gave their developers. But that time is long gone. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. First off, the big studio spin-off from CD Projekt Red is a new alliance from major former players of CD Projekt Red. It's called Rebel Wolves, and this is the most significant blow to CD Projekt Red's roster. Rebel Wolves is spearheaded by Konrad Tomaskiewicz, and my goodness, the last names on some of these people, I'm not even going to try to get through them because they are brutal. But it doesn't mean that they're not creative. This guy's the former director of The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt, and this new studio was formed directly as a result of CD Projekt Red's recent incompetence in leadership. Tomaskiewicz, who left CD Projekt Red over allegations of bullying, which he denied and was later cleared of, because let's be honest, this is one of those tactics that the woke left always seems to go and cry, bullying, I'm being bullied, every time they don't get their way. And for a very long time, it used to work. But not anymore. People are wising up to it. People throw lawsuits at people saying they're getting bullied. It doesn't work. Among the other people that have been reunited with Rebel Wolves includes Bartlomiej Goel, the art director of The Witcher 3. They've come together to create what they are promising to be a AAA dark fantasy RPG saga using Unreal Engine 5. Okay. And while reviewing their entire website, one point stood out to me among everything else. That's where they stated, we decided to create our own studio and run it on our own terms. Chief among them, the team comes first. Yep. Always. Happy people make great games. Yep. Games players want and deserve. Yes, it's as simple as that. Read between the lines, by the way, because if you guys have been paying attention to any of the videos I've been making recently, it's ironic how many of these studios are giving you slop and saying, eat this, we don't care if you want it or not. Here's a development studio that's saying, we want to make games that gamers want to play. I know, it's a really novel concept, but stay with me here because I feel like they might be onto something. Rebel Wolves secured a strategic investment from NetEase, which isn't without its own controversies attached to it already, being based out of communist China. You gotta take a step back with all this and see what's happening right before our eyes. Wokeness is destroying companies across the world at breakneck speed. And who seems to always be the one to show up and swoop in to invest at the very bottom? China. And they aren't even hiding it anymore. It's almost like these people are masters of communism and they know how to win.
Well, I want to say, I want to say that because, like, China also helped with Black Myth Wukong, right? They helped with game science and things like that as well. So, I mean, I wouldn't say that it's like a communism thing personally. It's just like, if you are willing to capitalize on somebody else's downfall, I mean, in this market, especially if it's a company that is well known, that millions of people know and love their products and everything, I think what's going to happen is, they're going to capitalize on that. Why not invest in that? Because that just builds more money for them. If they go in the right direction, pretty much.
Tomaskowitz was quoted as stating, "Funding provided by NetEase was the last missing piece needed to go full throttle. With resources available to build a world-class AAA game, we can now focus on what matters most, development." So they have the financial backing and the talent now to make a high-quality AAA game in Unreal Engine. And honestly, just hearing those pieces coming together, it's pretty exciting.
Yeah.
Then we have, parallel to Rebel Wolves, another studio being formed out of former members of CD Projekt Red called Blank Studios. Formed by Mateusz Koenig, who was both the game director for Cyberpunk 2077 and the co-game director for The Witcher 3, alongside executive producers Jedriz Mraz and Marcin Jefrimo. Blank aims to redesign game development. They've created a studio with a philosophy rooted in collaboration over individual dictatorship, work-life balance over crunch culture, and quality over quantity. Basically, anything but woke when looking through this.
Yeah, and that's what it should be. Games, I don't like. I know gamers, the consumers. I mean, I'm different. I'm no different either when it comes to this. I am guilty for this. I really do like when games come out, like when there's multiple games that come out, because it feels like back in the nostalgia days where it was very difficult, where you only had like 40 or it was like $50 or $60 in your hand, and you can only purchase one game. And there was a multitude of games that came out. Like, you had Halos, you had Gears of War, you had, well, I had like Phantasy Star Universe and stuff. There's all the Rainbow Six games, the Ghost Recon games, like all these games were out, and we were like super excited to play these games. But we can only choose one. Like, I know that's how I felt. Like, I wish the gaming industry was like that again. Where it was just freaking blockbuster hit type titles that are coming out. I would love to have that. But the way how they were trying to like force a lot of these games out, where they're like, hey, like, while we're working on this game, work on this game as well. We're gonna push this one out, and then we're gonna push this one out, and just like keep going. It just got very sloppy. So I think what it is like when they were talking about, oh, we're trying to reshape the gaming industry. It doesn't need to be reshaped. I don't believe. I just think like it needs to take a hold, come back to the basics of creating a game, and like the reason why video games are existing, and why the companies are booming and everything like that. Go back and see what it is, and then actually put a game out. Focus on one game, even if it's going to take like 3 years, 4 years, however many years it is. Like, make that game, and then put it out. Like when it's like to the point where it's like, hey, we don't need to do anything else to this game except just update it. Then yeah, put that game out and then work on the next game and everything. Obviously, you have some people in the teams behind where they are working on updates for the game or stuff like that. Or if they don't want to work on the next game, just like work on that game still. Like after when it's done, create more content, more levels, maps, items, weapons, whatever that game entails. Put that into the game, and have that come out. Like, it could be like a free, like a DLC or something like that, which I think is really cool. Which is the last thing I'm going to say. I'm sorry. It's like Division 3, or not Division 3, but like Division 2. No, never mind. A perfect example would be GTA 5. You know how like they always have updates of like, they're still updating the game and putting more assets and stuff and like content inside GTA 5. They're still doing that. And the thing is, it's all free. You never had to pay for it. Now, if you're trying to buy like one of those cars or whatever, then you purchase a shark card, which is a microtransaction. I will say Rockstar with GTA 5, I think is, when it comes to microtransactions and stuff, I think it's the best way. That's like the best way to handle microtransactions while playing the game. Because it's not like the cars are impossible to get, or the penthouse you're trying to do is like impossible to get. No, you just complete these missions on hard difficulties, on challenging difficulties, the higher risk, the higher the reward. And you just save and save and save like that, and then you build your character, or you build, like, you can purchase that building, things like that. It's that simple. So it's not like you have to purchase it. It's not like they made it super incredibly difficult to where like, oh, you will never be able to purchase it unless you pay real money to buy to get currency. So yeah, That's what I think about this whole thing where it comes to these new companies making games and stuff. And hopefully they're hiring. Hopefully they're hiring, and they want more people into they want more people to work at these studios and things like that, and create like a very, very good game.
This website, it just feels like these are hardcore gamers looking to make hardcore games for hardcore gamers. I know, it's crazy. Again, looking at these very talented developers that were all but driven out completely of CD Projekt Red because they didn't align ideologically with a company that was completely infected with the woke mind virus. Kinnick was quoted stating, "We're ready to make bold, impactful projects that share our unique creativity and..."
Let's see. We Dare to Be Different, a game development studio from Warsaw, Poland, focused on reviving quality in gaming. Currently working on our first game. Yeah, exactly. And there's nothing wrong with that. Now, and it's to the point where where the company is, or not company, but like the industry themselves is between like what's going on currently, like the modern day, I guess you say the modern day like designers and stuff like that, modern day industry versus like old school industry. Like there's even a war within itself, obviously, because of right now what's going on with developers and stuff. The foundation that all these companies were built on and everything like that, like those developers worked their asses off. Obviously, it was off the backs of the developers, designers, things like that, right? Like all of them. And then you have the modern day that come in thinking that they can reinvent the wheel and change everything. And what's going to happen is there's going to be a clash between two industries. Obviously, there's the one with the existing name, the Titans with the existing names, but it has the modern developers and people like that. And then you have the veterans that worked on amazing titles that built up that industry. So who's going to win? The one that already has an established name, or the ones that have veterans that made games that built that industry? That's what's going to happen. I feel like 2025 is going to be insane when it comes to games coming out. And then also 2026 is going to be even more insane because we're going to see games from like Blank Game Studios. We're going to see them from Rebel Wolf and like other studios that are going to be put up from these veteran devs that are going to be making games, and they're going to see which one is going to outshine the other. So it's kind of cool. It's really cool to see that the industry is healing in some sort of way. It's not just YouTubers and gamers, like, you know, content creators, YouTubers, gamers, TikTokers, stuff like that. It's not like just us that are fighting back. Now it's like the devs are like, yeah, this is stupid. What the hell are you guys doing? Type of thing.
And values. Kinnick left CDPR after a 15-year tenure. The reason? He's tired of being politically correct. He highlighted the studio's mission to create games that aren't just bigger, but better in terms of emotional impact, storytelling, and craftsmanship. And I gotta tell you guys, looking at what's transpiring right now with this mass exodus at CD Projekt Red, that there is going to be an onslaught. You just watch, and you can quote me on this. When these games come out, there'll be some sort of controversy that these games journalists out there, the professional journals in the industry, will take issue with and try to tear down because they fly directly in the face of the woke mind virus. And that doesn't fly with these people that have been so accustomed to living in a...
And the other thing that's going to be happening when it comes to this whole thing, we're already seeing it in the game industry. Watch, we're going to see it with magazines and stuff as well. Obviously, we have YouTubers and content creators, but we're going to see like a new magazine, like new gaming media outlet that's going to pop up and talk about actually doing games journalism. And the current game journalism, like IGN and stuff, they're going to be pissed about it, and they're going to try to, like, you know, do everything under the power to try to tarnish this new brand. But thing is, gamers are going to love this brand, this new brand and everything, and it's going to be amazing. So I already know that's going to happen. So yeah, they think that they are the almighty, but thing is, they don't know that these vets that are going to be leaving, like the actual true journalists that are like in these companies like IGN and game business, stuff like that, they're going to leave, and then they're just going to be like, well, let's just make our own gaming magazine and company, and then we'll start putting out journalism for actual good games, you know?
In a world for so long where they are the cancel culture mafia, and they will end you if you decide to break away from their cult. From Blank's website, they state, currently, we are working on a character-driven story from an apocalypse, with a twist or two. We've had our share of creating huge, super complicated games with open worlds. That's why we focus on simpler goals. Uniqueness, emotions, quality, and refinement. We put our passion and dedication into our craft, and we're eagerly looking forward to letting you play some of the compelling narratives we're working on. Rest assured, we will share more details when the time is right. And as far as investments from external sources, yep, this company Blank also got that from Neowitz, a South Korean game company best known for Lies of P. In November of 2023, it was announced that Blank secured $17 million in investment from Neowitz. And you begin to see a clear picture, a constant theme, a trend, if you will. People that are sick and tired of working at CD Projekt Red because of the woke ideologies that's taken over the company, and they're leaving and creating their own studios in the wake. And it's not just one or two people creating a single studio, it's tons of very high level important developers saying they are done with it, moving on and forming their own studios. So
another thing is if another thing that people haven't seen or like they haven't caught on to it yet is that these games like these new game studios that are coming up and everything, if you saw, they got a budget of $17 million, which is obviously it's not 100 million, this and that. So I feel like what it is working with a small budget, it makes the game quality and everything a lot better, because they have to choose like, yeah, okay, what is like cost efficient, but it's going to be performance wise and like and appealing to the consumers that are going to be purchasing this. I think that's what it is. So overall, when it comes to the game industry now, where they're getting budgets of hundreds of millions of dollars, I think that should actually go back down to being like probably like tens of millions of dollars, or just like $1 million, something like that. Like, I think that's what it should be.
in a weird way, this kind of gives me a glimmer of hope for the future of gaming, saying that every time the pendulum swings way too far one direction, there's always going to be the balance, the counter, the shift of employee dynamics where they go create their own studios to make the creative choices, decisions, and magical game experiences so many gamers just want to play in the first place. It will happen. It just isn't a straight road to get there. For CD Projekt Red, the constant and ongoing loss of pivotal figures is foreshadowing for the declining creative output and a significant pivot in their entire development culture. The departure of these folks to start fresh on their own studios like Rebel Wolves and Blank isn't just a move out of sheer frustration, but also a bright signal to the entire video game industry for the future. As these new studios begin to lay down their markers in the gaming landscape, I'll be watching very closely to see what comes from it. Will Rebel Wolves and Blank redefine what it means to make RPGs in the modern era? Well, we can dream. And I'm going to, because this, above all else, gives me hope for the future in gaming.
Yep.
That there are based developers that just want to make great games for gamers that want to play great games. And I know, it sounds so basic, so stupid when you say it like that, but when you're covering the industry for as long as I have and you see what's been transpiring, it's like, holy crap, this is just a large relief to hear it, and I'm looking forward to see what comes from it. As far as CD Projekt Red, it just seems to me like they're going to continue spiraling the drain into obsolescence, because honestly, nobody cares, especially when they're pushing the girl boss narrative with The Witcher 4 and the direction they're going with the hardcore wokeness of the company, even though they argue that they're not. Everything we find out about them is everything but them telling the truth. Because of course, why would they be honest to anyone?
Yeah, see, and then that's the thing. It's like a lot of people are like, they can say all they want, but it's like the writing is on the wall. Like you can really see like what's going on with CD Projekt Red and a lot of these other companies, and it's just like it's insane. It's insane to see. Talking about these new studios that are coming up and everything, from veterans and everything, it reminds me of a story in the military, right? And it's an experience. It's still ongoing, right? So obviously there's a difference between good leadership and bad leadership, right? And it's like it's easy to see. Now the thing is, what's the difference between bad leadership and good leadership? Well, the bad leadership, they get all these, good ratings on their NCOERs if they're an NCO, or like officers report. They get medals, they get all these awards and this and that, and the recognition from higher ups, right? But here's the thing, like, yeah, you get them from the higher ups, but what else is that gonna? What is that gonna be? Like, it doesn't help that person out. Now, for the good leaders, the ones that don't get that usually don't get a good rating on their NCOERs, or they get in trouble a lot because they care for the soldiers, they get respect from the people below, equivalent from the people equivalent or below, um, and that goes a long way because then they know that, hey, if this person is going to another unit, like let's just say in the same duty station, they go to a different unit, they're like, oh, I heard that Sergeant Church, me, okay, because I was an NCO. Sergeant Church is going to our unit. Oh, I heard that he takes care of the soldiers. He does this and this and this. He's like this. Then when you get there, you're already welcomed by like the enlisted, right? You also probably get welcomed in by the officers. Now, if you're a different way, if you're all about yourself and everything, and you're all about just like kissing ass and like getting these rewards and everything, or awards, that and that same scenario happens where you go to another unit, people are like fearing this person because they're like, well, I heard this person like had heat stroke because like they ordered them to go out there in the heat in the motor pool and working on stuff. And the reason why I'm saying this because this is shit that this is shit that has actually happened. Oh my goodness, I can't speak. So yeah, it's insane to see things like this happening, and it's just like in the game industry. If you got people that are leaving, like I've seen people that stop playing games because certain people left a studio. It's just how it is. When Vonderhaar left Call of Duty, a good amount of people left Call of Duty because they're like, it's not going to be the same. And they come back on Twitter and stuff like that, and people see the state of how Call of Duty is, and they're like, yeah, it hasn't been the same since Vonderhaar left. Things like that. The people that made zombies and stuff like that, they're like, okay, I see where they're trying to go with this. It's like they're still trying to continue it, which is a lot of respect, but it's just not the same, and people just leave. And guess what they do? They just play those titles of their favorite directors and designers made. It's just how it is. So that's why sometimes you see games that are like 10 plus years old still running and still doing well. So that's the thing. Like it's crazy for me. It's like Rainbow Six, right? Obviously, completely different developers and stuff like that. Rainbow Six Vegas. I didn't know that game is still up. That game, Rainbow Six Vegas 2, servers are still up. I was playing it yesterday because I was trying to level up my guy. Because remember, he was like level. What was he? He was a specialist. I got him up to elite. So thank goodness I was grinding for like the past few days. I could have streamed it, but I didn't. Which was very interesting.
Anyway, I'm going to leave it there. If you guys want more information, check out smashjt.com for the full article. If you appreciate what I'm doing, hit that join button. Thank you so much for watching, and as always, you stay smashing.
All right. All right. So hold on. Let me put this in the chats. There you go. Yeah. Should be going in. Yeah. Okay. So they're in both chats. So make sure to check that out. Okay. Make sure to check out Smash JT. Awesome dude. Awesome dude. Always covers great stuff. The articles and stuff that I would be reading and stuff. I read his articles. I read other articles, things like that. So make sure to check that out. Okay. Eurogamer roasted for rating Concord higher than. Oh.
It's another.
So this one, the Eurogamer Concord is a 6 out of 10 and Marvel Rivals a 4 out of 10. Why is that? Probably because it is PlayStation. Who's Marvel Rivals like supporter? I guess you say who's their investor? Marvel Rivals. Let's see. Who published the game? NetEase. Okay, so Chinese company, right? That's what they said. Isn't NetEase a Chinese company? Yeah, it is from China. Okay. But the thing is, they got so many. What else? What other games do they have? Let's see, game portfolio. I'm very curious of this. NetEase games. What do they have? Okay. So I don't know Life After, which an open world doomsday survival game, scavenger resources. Okay. So they have Dead by Daylight Mobile. I heard Nakara Blade Point is a good one. Let's see here. Infinite. I'm trying to think of the ones I've actually like heard of and stuff. So if there's some that are here that you guys know and they're good, cool. Badlanders. Okay, so not really much that I know personally. The only one I know is Once Human, which I heard was actually fun to play. Like a lot of people were playing this, and Nakara Blade Point. That's the only one I actually like seen and everything. So yeah, I mean, is that great? Sheesh. Let me see. Hold on. I'm curious to see their student. So you can be a student. Campus recruitment. Oh, so you get to like you apply and you get to actually like. Oh, okay. What job is that? Internship progress. Oh wait, hold on. Yeah, okay. So that is obviously they're gonna be like you need to learn the language and stuff. I feel like obviously because it's in China, so you any title. Oh no, okay, nothing. All right. So I was just wondering. I just wanted to see what games they had and stuff like that. But cool. NetEase games just making a lot of money and stuff because of those games and everything. So I mean, it is what it is.
Day, and that means another member of the Access media is completely out of touch with audiences. And while Eurogamer is constantly being pointed and laughed at, much like Kotaku and The Gamer and Polygon, we've now found out what their Marvel's Rivals score is, and they've given Concord in the past a 6 out of 10, yet they're saying Rivals is only a 4, and now gamers are roasting them. I have a few different things to show off, but before I get into
Okay, I'm sorry. I keep going back and forth. Let me see I want to see Eurogame because I want to see what they rated Overwatch. Eurogame, all right? Yeah. Okay. Eurogamer, video game reviews, any game genre, platform. Let's see here. Any platform, not platforms. Genre. What is a shooter, right? Overwatch. Okay, let's see here. Let's see. I want to see review. Overwatch. Yeah, review. Overwatch 2 review. Where they get the let's see. I want to know the ratings. Where they get the ratings from? Reviews, guides. Okay. Let's see this Marvel Rivals. They give it a 2. NetEase spin on the hero battle. Hero battler is complex and more-ish, but rarely actual fun. Its biggest impact is renewed appreciation for the rivals that do it better. It's kind of funny because hold on. Is it called Metacritic? Yeah, Metacritic is it, right? Let me go here. Metacritic. There you go. Let's see Metacritic games now. Let's see. Let's look at Marvel Rivals. Marvel Rivals. Okay. So on the platforms, Metacritic score gives it a 76. Sorry, guys. Dual Shockers. Different IGNs, PC Gamer, Guardian. Oh, so they didn't even show it. Like they didn't even put what do you call it? Eurogamer didn't even put their stuff on here yet. Critic reviews. Now let's see user reviews. So this one's just about looks like performance. Interesting. So because the reason why I'm asking this because like people are having a blast on this. People are just having like a blast playing this game and everything, and it's doing super well. Like I think it was like within 2 weeks. Within 2 weeks, it was like 100,000. It was like 100,000, or not 100,000. It was like 10 million. 10 million players were playing the game. So, something like that. Let's see Overwatch. Overwatch 2. All right. So, PC critics. Let's see. God is Geek. Game Informer. Game Informer gave it a 90. Okay. Forbes Gaming Trend, Metro, Windows Central, Destructoid. Let me see. Where is? I don't even think did Eurogamer even do one. Let's see here. If Eurogamer actually like gave it like a horrible score, I'd be like, wow, I'd be very shocked. Eurogamer to be determined. It still never did a review. All right, let's see. Review a brilliant team play experience in the grip of an existential crisis. So they never gave it an actual like rating or anything. Yeah, they never give it an actual rating. Goodness gracious! Like a lot of these gaming outlets, they just need to pick a side. Just choose a side and just go with it. Just run with it.
Into the topic. If you enjoy the content I create, check out the links in the description, join the community in my live streams, and consider supporting through Patreon or YouTube memberships. Now, my expectations for these individuals are always extremely low, right? I do not ever think that they are going to change their ways and really try to understand what makes a video game good or why gamers may not like a certain title, like The Last of Us Part 2, for example, or Flintlock: The Siege of Dawn, or Concord, because just a few months ago when Concord came out and then, of course, died 2 weeks later, leading to it being the largest failure in the video game industry, they said that this game actually was pretty good. Their review was titled "A Hero Shooter That Nails the Shooting But Fumbles the Heroes," and then they said it was overcooked. They said Concord's snappy combat and colorful character abilities make it a perfectly playable shooter, but muddled hero designs and unimaginative maps and modes leave it struggling to stand out. And right here, they gave it a 3 out of 5 stars. They said that it had a lot of potential, but it just did not live up to the expectations. They did say that, oh yes, it has a lot of accessibility features, which are really good, but ultimately the maps and the bad designs took them out of the experience, which I would agree with, but I do not agree with anything else that they've said. It did not have snappy combat. It was extremely sluggish combat. It felt very clunky, very dated. This is a hero shooter I could have imagined would come out 15 years ago and it would be the hottest shit on the market, but we just are not living in the past.
Yeah, because what was it? Concord was supposed to come out like years ago, but then they didn't. Like it got, I was gonna say it got laid off, but it got delayed or something like that. Is that what happened? Like the game got delayed, and then what happened was like they were still working on it, and then they didn't update. I guess they didn't update to like current stuff that's happening in shooters and stuff like that. So it just didn't do well. I think that's what happened, right? Is that what happened?
Anymore. I mean, they launched it with a $40 price tag, which is what Overwatch launched with a freaking, well, not quite a decade ago. It was 8 years ago. So a long time ago. And that was a very questionable decision on Sony's part, but Sony went out of their way to buy Firewalk Studios to make this deal so that they could have Concord. We know that they had these secret level episodes, so they really expected this to be a massive, new, sprawling IP, and it certainly wasn't, but it did not have snappy combat. It really didn't have colorful character abilities. It did have muddled hero designs, unimaginative maps and modes. It was a terrible experience all around. I don't know how you could give it a 3 out of 5 stars. I don't know how.
I will say that, like I said before, I would say this: any new game that comes out, any game that has like a new IP, right? I will say that if you have even if it's a well-established studio and everything, you're making a new IP. I would say like the budget for their game, the budget for that IP should not equate to something that is large, that is like something equivalent to a already well established game. So it's like if like let's just say Ubisoft example with Xdefiant, right? Okay, thanks for the happy birthday, appreciate it, man. I would say like let's just say Xdefiant for example with Ubisoft, compared to Ghost Recon, Ghost Recon, if they want to make a brand new game, that's a Ghost Recon series, they get a budget of like, $100 million, right? But according to, you get a new game like Xifine, that's a brand new IP and everything, and we have no idea like how the game is going to be and what it's going to be like. Their budget should be like 20 million. It should be like $20 million or something like that. And that would be like, I would say the max. Like just do 20 million, see where it goes off with this, and then as the game progresses, if it's well received and it's progressing and everything like that, and you're making a profit or breaking even or making a profit, give them a little more money and use that to build up and put more in marketing and shared content and things like that. I think that's what it should work out. That's what it should be in the game industry. But the thing is, I'm not a very strong business person, so or not a very strong business. I'm not a business person like that, so I'm not entirely sure how they would like, what are the things behind that set in motion. I'd rather just, again, having a lower budget and you're working on a game, you can make it work. I just feel like when you're giving like too much money, like $200 to $400 million to make a game, I just feel like it's just a lot of unnecessary stuff that's bloat that gets put into the game that's not necessary, and that causes issues like performance or there'll be like graphical issues and stuff like that. And I believe, I could be wrong again, but it's like the more stuff that you put into a game, does affect it performance wise, and optimization is like a complete nightmare. The reason why I say this is because working on a capstone project in college was we were creating a game and everything like that. And it's like the more assets, like we were creating assets. We also borrowed some assets from Unreal Marketplace, which is no longer a thing anymore, apparently. But we realized the more assets that we downloaded or put into our game to use, because we were able to use them, the file was a lot bigger, and the game just ran like crap, because we had stuff that we already made, the assets that we already made were already like had less polygons in it, but it looked like, texture wise, it looked good to where it looks like it's high def, right? That's basically what it is with baking. That's a whole different thing. If we want to go down that art perspective. But they use something called baking, where they take something high, where they take a high resolution mesh, and then they take a low res and they bake the low res onto it, on top of it. So you're not having like 100 million polygons. You only have like 100,000, which is a lot better on a PC. Let me put it that way. Because doing this doing stuff on a 3080 and like changing stuff up and then seeing if Unreal will run with this rock nearby. If you put a high poly resolution on there, and like, this is without optimization. If you don't do that, it causes an issue where it will just crash, right? The engine will crash and everything like that. So that's why we go through the process of doing optimization with graphics, graphics with textures, just static meshes. So meshes, textures. We also do it with assets inside, like how many asset placements are in there. Also, the big one is lighting. If you guys have seen lighting optimization, it's insane to see. One of these days, I got to plug in my computer, my school computer, my school laptop, and I'll like just plug it into a graphics card or something like that, or not graphics card, but plug it into the capture card and show you guys some of this stuff, because it's really interesting, and it's something that a lot of people don't realize what is happening or what's going on. So.
How you could sit here and say that it wasn't so bad and it had a lot going for it. It really didn't. But now they've actually given Marvel's Rivals a 2 out of 5 stars,
That's
which
insane.
is so mind-boggling. Okay, first of all, Marvel's Rivals free to play. 33 heroes at release is an insane amount of characters
That's
to
actually
launch with.
really
They've
good.
got tons planned. There's already been nearly 10 that were leaked. So never mind the ones that were not leaked that are a little bit farther out. It started with a bunch of maps, it really has a lot going for it. No predatory microtransactions. Yeah, I will agree that some of the skins are a little bit expensive, like the MCU skins, for example, because they're only sold in bundles. Sure. But you don't have to buy those, and all of the characters were instantly unlocked for everybody, so you don't even have to buy anything up front. That is worthy of praise. You also have a massive variety of different types of characters, from the vanguards to the strategists. Really cool. And yes, I know that the IP is a really big draw
Yeah.
for people, but even with that aside, let's say that these were completely new characters. The game runs extremely well. There have been almost no server problems that I've heard about, and we're talking about millions and millions of people playing this title. Over 20 million have already signed up. It does have snappy combat. It is very fun, and it really just seems like this individual is salty that they're not that good at video games. This is the type of title that you praise in an industry where
Here's my question: Why do people do that? Why do people say a game is crap just because they're not good at the game or naturally good at the game? You know, like I don't understand. That's something I never understood. Like me, when it comes to battle royale games, I don't say they're crap because I'm not good at them. I know I'm not good at battle royale games, but the reason why I say like certain ones are crap is just because it's just the same thing compared to another battle royale game, and it's just like, what's the difference between this game and this game? Like, what is so different about this game besides the name of the game and some weapons? Like, take all that stuff out. Like, mechanically wise, what is different between these battle royales? And that has always been an issue that I've had with battle royales, and I combat against. Make a battle If you're gonna make a battle royale, it has to be something completely. It has to be something that's different compared to another game. Because if you just compare both of them, both games, and they are the same thing, people are gonna go with the game that has already existed and already has experience and has update content that's already has updates and everything like that. That's what it is. So, I hope these game studios, when it comes to when they are making games, and pretty much it's like a representation of another game, because it's okay to have influence or inspiration from another title. It's totally fine, but you got to put your own spin on it. You have to uh, like Fortnite has that ballistic mode, right? And that ballistic mode is what's the name of it? The Fortnite ballistic mode. It's like we think of it as Counter-Strike. It is. The only difference is we can sprint. We can't roll. Yeah, you can sprint in the game. Yeah, they still have the same mechanics of purchasing and things like that. And we only have one map, but we're going to be creating multiple maps. So the only difference between it is just like it's Fortnite. Honestly, that's the only difference. And I know Counter-Strike, it's like, free to play or whatever. And the skins, you don't have to purchase. Well, same thing with Counter-Strike, you don't have to purchase skins either. But it's like they have a ranked mode, they have an unranked mode, same thing. So they're all the same. The only difference is it's just like okay, Fortnite was a bad example. Here's a good example. Valorant and Counter-Strike. Same thing, same concept. Yeah, the terrorists, the counter-terrorists, they go at each other. Either you can win by killing the entire team, arming the bomb and detonating it, or defusing the bomb, right? It's those things. The only difference between the two is that with Valorant, you have abilities and powers. Counter-Strike, you don't. It's just straight up just gunplay and positioning and things like that. Yes, Valorant has positioning and things like that, but you also have to take into account you have powers to do certain things, and also you have ultimates and stuff like that to do certain things. So it changes the whole aspect of it. So that is something of, you can have something pretty damn near exactly the same thing, but you got to put a twist on it. That's it. And it's been going like this for years. 007 and 007 GoldenEye and Perfect Dark. It's just reskin, different players and stuff. The only difference is between 007 GoldenEye and Perfect Dark that I can think of off the top of my head is that GoldenEye didn't have bots. GoldenEye doesn't have bots, but Perfect Dark did. Perfect Dark had blood in it. GoldenEye didn't. That's it.
predatory microtransactions are the norm, you need to
Sorry. And also they have secondary abilities or secondary functions to their weapons in Perfect Dark compared to GoldenEye. Because I remember they had a laptop gun where you can shoot it, obviously, and then you have a remote sentry that you can just throw your gun out, which is pretty cool.
praise the games that give you an abundance of content up front, and that's not what they're doing. Now, of course, the player numbers just speak for themselves, and these are only the player numbers on Steam, never mind console. Concord's all-time peak, when it officially launched again, died 2 weeks later, 697 people. I don't think I really need to give any commentary here. And then you have Marvel's Rivals. The all-time peak was at release 18 days ago. 480,990 people. Players in-game right now. On a Thursday afternoon, 256,000. That's crazy. We are talking about tons of gamers who are giving this a shot and who are enjoying it. And they did say that there was about 20 million.
Yeah. That is insane. I'll be right back. Let me get some water. I got me some cookies. I got me some cookies. It's really good. All right.
Signups, and that was a couple of days ago now, so we don't have any updated statistics. But it's very clear that Marvel's Rivals is significantly better than Concord. It really just seems like the media is, at this point, coping and seething because they were furious only 2 weeks ago when the Marvel's Rivals director came out and said that Concord offered gamers nothing. They
Hmm.
did not, well, Firewalk did not give people a unique experience with Concord. So it seems like the mainstream media is maybe a little bit bothered by this and they're trying to shill for Sony. Not that I could ever imagine doing that because Sony's such a awful fucking company. But Legacy Killa HD had made this thread talking about this, and people are roasting Eurogamer. And they wonder why nobody takes them seriously. Fake gamer journalists, probably because Rivals is too complicated for them. As somebody who plays video games on this channel all the time, I've played over 35 games on this channel just in 2024. It really bothers me to see people do this time and time again because there
Yeah.
are so many, we'll just say for argument's sake, normies out there who will go to these websites and take what they're saying seriously. And sure, these two reviews are not written by the same
Person.
people, but it's still the same outlet, meaning both of these individuals still represent Eurogamer, and I do think it's important to call out this bullshit. Let's be honest, 95% of the people hating on Concord didn't play it. Hey, I played it. I live streamed it. I live streamed 6 hours of the game and I fucking hated it. I thought it was extremely boring, extremely bland, and for 4
Well, here's the thing, right? When they say 95% of the people hating on Concord didn't play it, well, there's other factors that you can. There's other factors behind it. You know, you can just watch people live stream it and look at it, and you're like, this is not something that I'm just like. Just because you didn't play it, that doesn't mean like you can like you're not gonna experience it too. If you watch it through people's live streams, even if the person's talking about they hate the game but you like it, by all means, go ahead. Or if the person that is playing Concord said that they love the game, but you're like, this game doesn't look appealing to me. Hey, you know, it's okay. It's okay to review it that way, but also you have to take into account the better review is if you play the game. That's what it is. Get the hands-on experience of the game and stuff. If you do bad in the game, hey, you do bad in the game. But how does your skill level reflect the overall game? You know, there are a lot of people that are bad. There's a lot of people that are bad at Elden Ring and Souls games. I'm one of them. I'll die a lot, but I'm not gonna say the game is terrible because I can't get past a certain person or something like that. Unless it's something that was like a game breaking bug that is like, no, you're like you're supposed to get past it, but there's a bug or a showstopper. Like if you drink a healing potion during like the final phase of the boss and their health is at at 3/4 of the way down and you use a healing potion and it freezes the game, then that is something concerning to do a review on and tell the company or tell the studio about. But just saying the game sucks because of this and this and this, and it's just because you are terrible at the game, now that doesn't fly.
$40 and 8 years worth of development, yeah, it should have released in a way better state. And at the end of the day, sure, there were a lot of people that were talking about it on social media that didn't play it, but that's just because it wasn't worth playing. Marvel's Rivals lacks attention to the little details. Did he even play it? Every menu screen has tons of animations. Every single new skin they put into their item shop has a whole intro animation, while Concords were all color variants at best on a still model. Eurogamer's trash. Oh, Eurogamer never change. I hate these websites. That is absolute madness. Eurogamer gave Veilguard a perfect score and called it the best game in the series despite it being the worst, in case anyone even thinks about taking them seriously. It's just so pathetic that this is the state of video game journalism. This is why Gamergate once started. It was about ethics in video game journalism, and we still have that same problem now because you can tell that Eurogamer's just trying to stay on Sony's good side, and that's why they're shilling for games like Concord, and they're trying to attack the competition, Marvel Rivals. Rivals is a fantastic title, and sure, it might not be your cup of tea because you might not like the IP, you might not like hero shooters, but it has a very, very distinct level of quality that we just don't see in a lot of games anymore. So I will
Right.
be keeping my eye on this to see if gamers continue to roast Eurogamer. I bet they will, but Eurogamer deserves all of the backlash they're facing now. But that's all that I really had to discuss in this video. Let everyone know your thoughts in the comments below if you enjoyed.
That was good. Good video. That's my thing when it comes to. Here, I'll put this one in there, in the chat as well. But like that's my thing when it comes to these games, or like when it comes to journalism. This is what they should do, right? So for game journalism, what they should do is not only just be in the game, right? Yeah, not only just be in the how to say it, not only be in the video game, but on top of that, or review the game, but like ask people in the game while playing the game. You know, everybody has a microphone if they're willing to ask questions, you know, this and that. But like play the game, ask people. It's like, hey, what do you guys like? I'm brand new to the game. What do you guys think about this game? Like what is something that you enjoy? What is something that you don't enjoy? Or not enjoy, but like what is something that you enjoy? What is something that you don't enjoy? If you do enjoy this, like what is it about that you enjoy? If you don't like it, if you don't like certain aspects in the game, what is it that like what is a possible outcome to like better this product? That you would be able to enjoy the game, you know, things like that. So it's like, even if you like, let's just say for instance, Call of Duty, right? Or yeah, like Call of Duty. It's just like asking somebody, hey, what do you think about Call of Duty? Oh, it's fun here and there. But there's always like a meta thing. There's always like a meta weapon. There's always one gun that's stronger than, or one or two guns that are stronger than every other gun, and everybody uses that gun and resorts to that. Okay, and so that's a problem. What is something that people, what is something that people like to enjoy, or not like? What is something to combat that? What is like a feedback we can do to resolve that resolution? There you go. I just spam it. I'll just dance around the word. A good one is, instead of just like nerfing everything else, like nerfing that weapon and then just finding another meta, why don't you just buff another weapon? I've always wondered. I just always wonder this, and this is something I always ask at work, at my job, where it's like, hey, I understand like in Apex Legends we have like, let's just say for example, the Hemlock and the Wingman are the meta weapons, right? These are the meta weapons. But what if we just do this? What if we just buff everything else? So, and the reason why buff everything else, so people that still enjoy the Hemlock and the Wingman, they can enjoy that meta still. They can still enjoy it and get used to it or have fun with it and everything like that. But people that used to play the R99 but didn't because it got nerfed, now they can use the R99 and just wreak havoc with the R99, and they will be happy. They'll be excited about it. Like things like that. It'd be cool. It's just cool to like see something like that. They need to experiment on games like that. So just work with that. Like even with Fortnite, you know, Fortnite, they have like, was it the purple, like they have the white, green, blue, purple, and then gold, I believe. What if you just have a mode? I don't know if they have done it already, but what if they have a mode where it's just like, or a playlist when you play BR, everything is gold. You get the golden deagle, you get the golden Kimbo pistols, you get the golden Scar, you get the golden shotguns, like the golden sniper rifles. Just make everything gold. Just max everything out. And then if you guys want to just do like an April Fool's event, you're saying an April Fool's event, you play the game, but not no attachments, but you play like you're playing the game, instead of having everything maxed out, everything is everything is minimum based, like everything's just white, there's no gold or whatever, and just see how people react to it. And obviously it'll be for a day, like just do that. That'd be something funny, very funny and very interesting to see. All right, the next one we want to see, this looks interesting. I might want to check that one out, but let's see this one. This is Dragon Age of Veilguard, they
Dragon Age the Veilguard was one.
So Dragon Age of Veilguard, they wrecked on Steam top seller charts, beat by Hogwarts Legacy, ESO, and MH Wilds, which is Monster Hunter. Oh my goodness. Oh, Elder Scrolls Online. My bad. Okay, my bad. Here we go.
The biggest failures of 2024. It was such a massive disappointment for people who were really excited for the decade-long wait to be over and getting another DA game. But unfortunately, it failed to live up to people's expectations, and so it sold really poorly. But now we're finding out that Veilguard was in the bottom half of Steam's top seller chart in 2024, and it got beat out by Hogwarts Legacy, Elder Scrolls Online, Final Fantasy 16, and more. I have a few different things to show off, but before I get into the topic, if you enjoy the content I create, check out the links in the description, join the community in my live streams, and consider supporting through Patreon or YouTube memberships. Now, I think it's hilarious to see EA and BioWare get wrecked because of this game. We waited 10 years for this title to finally release, and instead of just giving Dragon Age fans what they've wanted, which was a true Inquisition sequel, they decided, no, we're going to try to do like a soft reboot of the franchise. We're going to dumb down a lot of the fantasy elements.
They're trying to reinvent the wheel. That's all it is. Reinventing the wheel. That's all it is. And that is something that obviously is biting everybody in the ass, because why try to fix something or change something that isn't broken? If you guys are trying to better a game, try to like add something else into a game that's already well established, this is not the right way to go. A perfect example of a right way to go, the Splinter Cell series. Splinter Cell 1 was just straight up sneaky beaky, right? Just being sneaky. And Splinter Cell 2, which is Pandora's Tomorrow, they added obviously they added a different weapon set, I believe. But on top of that, they added the noise meter. Chaos Theory, that's when they added, I think, co-op. That's when they added co-op into the game. Then they did Splinter Cell, I believe Double Agent. And that one was just in total, where instead of you just working for the NSA, you work for a terror group, I guess you say, like a faction. You work for a faction and the NSA. But the thing is, you have to choose. So it gives you the mechanic is player choice of, player choice of like what path to go down type of thing, right? And then there's Splinter Cell Conviction, which was they went away with the sneaking, but then they did something else to it, and it did very well. All those games did very, very well. So that's a way to change, or to add a little more to the game, but it's still representing that game, if that makes sense.
Elements, we're going to change character designs, and we're going to shove a bunch of modern day BS into this game. Modern day terminology like transgender, non-binary, top surgery, scar toggles, having you choose your pronouns. Instead, they could have just focused on it being a dragon fantasy game and made a boatload of money, but we've heard that that is not the case, and, well, according to Steam's top sellers chart, it was not even close to being #1. So it says Steam released their best of 2024 charts, and it reveals that Hogwarts Legacy, among 50 other titles, sold better than Dragon Age the Veilguard. Now, there are a lot of really great games on this list, do not get me wrong. While 2024 had a lot of failures like Kill the Justice League, Flintlock, The Siege of Dawn, Concord, Dustborn, Veilguard, there were some really stellar titles like Pal World, like Shadow of the Erdtree, like Space Marine 2, like Wukong that came out, and it's really not a shocker that Veilguard...
Wait, hold on. Dragon Age Veilguard was placed in Steam's bronze bucket, meaning that at the very least 50 other games sold better than it include Power World, Destiny 2, Elden Ring, Helldivers 2, Black Myth Wukong, Call of Duty Black Ops 6, Baldur's Gate 3, Dota 2, Warhammer 40k, Space Marine 2, Apex Legends. Apex Legends, the funny thing is, it's a free-to-play game. Counter-Strike 2, which is a free-to-play game. PUBG is, I think, free-to-play now. which were in the platinum bucket. So that's funny.
Failed to live up to EA's expectations.
If you got a free-to-play game that
BioWare is a shell of the
beats
company
you,
they
that's
once
bad.
were, and they're filled to the brim with activists, and that's so sad to have to say. And sometimes activists can still create amazing content, but it was very clear that these people could not leave their personal politics at the door when going to work, or they were hired because they were not capable of doing that, and that's why this ended up being such a massive disaster. So Veilguard was placed in Steam's bronze bucket, meaning that at the very least 50 other games sold better than it, including Pal World, which was really fun, Destiny 2. I don't play Destiny 2, but I know people really love it. Elden Ring, of course, easy to see why. Helldivers 2, Black Myth Wukong, Black Ops 6, Baldur's Gate 3, Dota 2, Space Marine 2, Apex Legends, Counter-Strike 2, PUBG Battlegrounds, which were in the platinum bucket. Now, some of these are free to play, which is important to point out, like Dota 2 and Apex Legends. So it just means that they ultimately got more downloads. So they still did better, and we, of course, could technically get into...
It could be downloads, and also it could be what's the name of it? It could be like purchasing Apex packs and things like that. It could be that too, if they're going to go with sales.
Microtransactions and the billions of dollars I'm sure these games brought in. But when it just comes to sheer player counts, I mean, Veilguard got wrecked. Other games that had higher grosses than Veilguard include Warframe, The First Descendant, Cyberpunk 2077,
Wait, hold on. Other games that had higher possesses than Veilguard. Oh yeah, Warframe is another one, especially when they talked about what was the name of it? During the Game Awards, there was like an expansion or something that's being added to it. First Ascendant, yeah. Cyberpunk 2077, people are still playing that. PoE, people are playing the hell out of that. Sparking Zero, okay. Throne and Liberty, I never played, but I heard it was really good. I heard it was pretty good. Yeah.
Path of Exile, Dragon Ball, Sparking Zero, Throne and Liberty, which were all in the gold bucket. And the silver bucket
Rainbow
included
Six
Grand Blue
Siege.
Fantasy Relink, one of the better games to release this year, actually. Dragon's Dogma 2, Ghost of Tsushima, Final Fantasy 16, Elder Scrolls Online, Grand Theft Auto 5, and others. So given the randomization of the rankings within these buckets, it's quite possible that Monster Hunter Wilds, which does not even release until the end of February, had more revenue than Veilguard, given it's in the same bronze bucket, which is hilarious. A game that's not even out is technically, well, we do not know for sure, but is technically at least the equal of Veilguard, and is probably even doing better now when people are still only pre-ordering it. We're still, 2 months away from release.
Yikes.
But once release happens, it's going to skyrocket up and ultimately overshadow a title like Veilguard. It is just clear as day that this is not a game that people really loved. It was, a title that failed to live up to people's expectations.
True.
And everything with this game was just truly terrible, except for the combat. I thought the combat was pretty good, but one good element cannot make up for the other 50 bad elements. So I need to give it
Very
a
true.
little bit of credit, but even though it had good combat, there's still games that have similar combat that still did it better, like Hogwarts Legacy. So Steam's charts come in the wake of the games industry head Christopher Dring revealing how poorly Veilguard sold in Europe during an episode of the Microcast. He said Veilguard, which came out at the end of October, that was number 19 in the best-selling new games chart, but was number 68 overall. Terrible. It was Christmas, and in terms of AAA blockbusters, the traditional big blockbuster Christmas games, you had Call of Duty, which did well, you had Dragon Age, which did not, so that is disappointing in that position. Dragon Age had the market to itself and it couldn't find an audience, and that's really scary as we move into the following year.
Yeah, because your audience that you're trying to please isn't around. They don't play video games. Clearly, if the sales aren't doing well, or if the player numbers aren't doing well, there's not that many that are around. Alienating a huge fan base based off of your title, or not your titles, but off your franchise, alienating them just to appease one, like a smaller group or a smaller section, isn't good. This is the whole thing where it's like the saying that a lot of people say, you cannot please the world. There's no game that is perfect. There's no game that is so perfect that the whole world plays the game. Like, I mean, every single person that has touched a video game plays this game, or plays that game. So it is what it is. If you have 95% of people that are gonna play the game, that love it and play the game, and 5% don't, that 5% doesn't care. Like, they'll just go on and play another game, and then they'll be part of a 95%, and then there's gonna be another 5%, or things like that. You know, they're gonna be part of statistic. It's just how it is. There's never gonna be a game that's 100% everybody's gonna play, and everybody's gonna enjoy. It's just it is what it is.
So we basically know that 2025 is going to be a very rough year for these woke games, and I'm sure that some of them are still going to sell well, like Assassin's Creed Shadows, for example. I think it's still going to sell relatively well because of brand recognition, and because there are so many people who see Assassin's Creed and instantly swipe their credit card, similar to Call of Duty. But there are other titles like Avowed that I don't think are going to do amazing, right? It's going to be on Game Pass day one, so I'm sure it's going to get quite a few downloads, but I don't think it's going to be able to overthrow something like Black Ops 6 as the biggest Game Pass launch of all.
Okay, so this one's kind of tough because it's two different genres. But if Call of Duty doesn't get their shit together, who knows? Avowed they could possibly get close. I can't say they'll take over, but they can get close to Black Ops 6's number if Black Ops 6 keeps going down. Because right now, almost damn near everybody is playing Marvel Rivals or Path of Exile or something like that because of Black Ops 6 and how it is right now. The Dragon Age hate is wild. What's up, compa? What's up, man? Yeah, it is. It is really wild. It's wild to see, but hey, it is what it is.
All time. Or something like Starfield. So, of course, String also detailed that games such as Black
They
Myth,
just
Wukong,
need to
and
stop throwing
Palworld
that.
were not on the European
Stop throwing in
charts.
some
He
stupid
cited
stuff
because their digital sales data had not been provided, so it's highly likely that Veilguard is even lower down the real list. And this is what happens when you have a bunch of activists who are a part of your project that do not care about the gaming industry, do not care about respecting this franchise, and want to push their own politics into their work. Look at Corinne Bush, for example. They decided to evade questions about the game's sales data. She was asked, how has the commercial response to the game been? I've seen stories about sales that have been mixed or inconclusive. The game seems to be doing okay, but struggling to keep pace with Inquisition before it. Has it been a success from your point of view, and how do you measure that? And, Bush...
I think the thing is, when it comes to video games and sales, I know they're going to be like, well, it's not the public's business. It's nobody's business, this and that, right? But here, you either have two things incorporated into your game. Either you give people the sales, give people like put the information of sales number out there, or incorporate player count in people in the game. Now, if you guys don't remember, it was this. It was this right here. So this should be incorporated in every game. It should be put into every single game. I don't care. If you don't want to release player numbers or the player count or the amount of sales, this should be put into every game. Because I want to know, especially if people are saying a game is dying, this would be a way to defend or prove a point of a game. Hey, I jumped on the game today and I see this many people are actually playing the game. How is this game dead? Or hey, there's only 200 people playing. Maybe the game is dying. Or maybe it's just at a time where it's like an old like in a shittier way, I guess you would say. I think Marvel Rivals and PoE did so good, better than BO6, is because they are freshing. Yeah. s- still familiar to fan bases, but updated enough to bring in new fans. Yeah, exactly. That's what it should be. It should be um like still staying its own way. I think what it is, it's an identity problem when it comes to a lot of these games. Like they're trying to bring in a new audience and everything, but they're failing to maintain their current audience. So because of that, they're just like going all in trying to appease these this new audience, which they're like, I really don't have that much like they're like, I don't have that much interest into the game, but it looks kind of cool. Like it's not like, you know, something like that. It's that's why it's not doing so well. Oh, like Helldivers and the old CODs, yeah, like those were good. Those were good. Old CODs did it by game mode, which was awesome. Yeah. So it's like a lot of people. There's obviously you had your typical TDM and stuff like that, but then you're like, how else do we like get people in? Well, let's put search and destroy in there. You know, a lot of people play Counter Strike, and that's how they got some Counter Strike people to come over and play COD. A lot of people don't like playing Counter Strike because of how the movement is, or because there's basically no movement. You're just walking around at a slow pace, or you jog a little bit. That's for your running. And you have to, and like just to aim, you have to sit still. But maybe somebody likes to run and shoot and still have the accuracy without being penalized for movement. So that was put in there, and that's why people um enjoyed playing that. So yeah, it just all depends. But like I said, this should be all be in this. This should be in every game that has any game that has a multiplayer that is. I don't even care if it's PvP, PVE, definitely PvP. But even if it's PVE, put it in the game. I would like to see. I don't know if Helldivers ever did it. They should do this. They should put this in the game. It'd be cool to see how many people are actually in the game and stuff like that. Instead of, and obviously still have Steam DB and stuff like that and Steam charts, but every game should have this, because if they're not going to be utilizing Steam and they're going to be using something like Ubisoft Connect or like Epic Games, this and that, like still, let's see the player numbers. That's all I'm going to say. Anywho,
responded with, there's three axes we can measure this by: what the team was able to do and put together, the pride that they can take in that. Every game that is made, especially in the AAA space where you're talking hundreds of developers, timelines, is a miracle. That they executed at quality internally, we consider that a success. And then she goes on to boast about how they're quite proud of the critical reception. Who gives a fuck what the critics say? You should care about what your customers.
yeah, Helldivers 2 has that, and also show how many people are attacking the planet. Yeah, I did see. So when I used to play Helldivers 2, yeah, I remember seeing that. It was like, oh, there are currently like 50,000 Helldivers like in the operation of this planet, and I was like, damn, this is cool. When we see this other one, we're like 200,000, and I was like, damn, this is insane. And the cool thing is how they had it and everything, how the developers did it, was that it was like D&D, because there's one person that controlled the whole thing, and we were just the pawns playing the game. We're like, all right, we're gonna attack this planet. We complete this planet, but then that person could be like, you know what? Let's put a twist to it. The bugs the bugs or the automatons nuked this planet and destroyed everybody. So that planet is gone. We lost this many you guys lost this many Helldivers, but this one is now being overrun because there's only like 10,000 people. 10,000 Helldivers fighting on this planet. They got overrun, so now the percentage was like at 80% complete, all the way down to 30%. So it's like, everybody play this planet type of thing. I thought that was cool. I stopped playing it because of the bullshit restriction that Sony did, and they never reversed it. That's the only reason why I don't play it.
Have to say, you should care that gamers did not praise this game. They didn't even like it, never mind praise it. So you would think that they would admit, oh yeah, it didn't resonate with everyone, which is totally fine. We were happy to be able to at least put it out, at least something like that. But no, it's, oh, we're quite proud of the critical reception. Critics don't buy your games. Critics don't even play your games half the time. And clearly, the critics were not able to bring in the modern audience, aka sensitive snowflakes, on social media to this title, given
Damn.
its all-time peak was 89,000, which is still a decent number, don't get me wrong,
but
but it's not what you would expect from
from
a
BioWare.
franchise the size of Dragon Age and,
Yeah.
being EA and BioWare. But in-game right now is 10,523, and it's just not looking particularly good for Dragon Age the Veilguard at this point. So I don't think, to be honest, we're going to hear much more about this game, given it released, it came, it went. We're all still pointing and laughing at characters like Tosh, but it's very quick.
Hold on, let me see here. How many? Because it was $70 game. If all of those were a sale, if it was a sale, $6.2 million. But I'm guessing their budget was in the tens of millions. So yeah, they probably didn't make profit.
Right now it's
Or break even.
10,523, and it's just not looking particularly good for Dragon Age the Veilguard at this point. So I don't think, to be honest, we're going to hear much more about this game, given it released, it came, it went. We're all still pointing and laughing at characters like Tosh, but it's very quickly died out. So I will be keeping my eye on Veilguard, but I think it's kind of at its end. And, well, now that we're going to see a rush of new video games coming out at the beginning of 2025, everything seems to be crumbling around EA and BioWare and this title. But that's all that I really had to discuss in this video. Let everyone know your thoughts in the comments below.
Yep. I will say what they should do for oh, okay. They're doing maintenance right now. That's cool. Yeah, I think what they should do right now is if people are going to be leaving BioWare and everything, they leave, start a studio, and make Star Wars. Make Star Wars. Make a Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. Make it online. Make that shit online. Make it an MMORPG, Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. I will be down to play that. That's what BioWare could have done. They could have done that, but they didn't. Instead, they went with Dragon Age Veilguard, with the state of how it is, and now they're paying for it. Literally paying for it. Man, oh man, oh man. Man, I wanted to see what's going on in Phantom Pulse. Yeah, so okay. Dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it. But it is what it is. Holy moly bejeebs. Yeah, people just destroy. People are just really destroying all this stuff. It is insane. Wait. A serious talk about Apex Legends, his Watson. Oh my goodness. And Shine. Trying to see if there's anything else. Okay, there's one here that's Wokeness in Gaming by Bunnymon TV.
Wokeness in gaming.
Okay. I will be right back. I had to use the restroom. Seems like it might be a 2. I've broken my diet and I need to go back on it. New Year's I will be going back on it, but I've broken my diet. I had some mac and cheese, some homemade mac and cheese, and some homemade candy yams, and now my stomach's all like my stomach's all bubbling and stuff. It is insane. It is very insane. Yeah, Nice Little Republic would be awesome. Yes, I tried it, but to me, it just didn't capture the same feelings Dragon Age Origins did. Veilguard is bright and vibrant and cartoony, where Origins was dark and gritty. Yeah, like I don't know the races or whatever because I didn't play Dragon Age. I didn't play any of them, honestly. But like looking at character models from like Inquisition, Origins, like the characters look scary and badass, and then like Veilguard, it's like scary monsters that supposed to look scary and badass and everything like that. They just look like they have uh, what's the name of it? They look like they have a like it looks like everything has to have a human face to it, and it's like no, make monsters, make freaking monsters, but they're not gonna do that. So I'll be right back. Let me use the restroom. Let me use the restroom. I'll be back and we'll continue. Okay. That's ours. I had to do one. I had to do one. Two came. It was bad. All right. My bad. I apologize. Breaking the diet for mac and cheese acceptable? Well, the thing is, it's the paleo diet. That's what it is. It's called the paleo diet, where you can eat meat. Yeah, you can eat meat, veggies. What was it? You can eat meat. You can have vegetables as well, and then something else. I'm trying to remember what it was exactly. Meat, veggies, and fruit. But you can't have carbs. You can't have sugar. So yeah, I have fallen off. Well, it's because I have the week off. I have a week off of work and everything, and it's a week and a half. I have a week and a half off of work, so I'm like, hell yeah, I'm going for it. I'm going for it. Let's see here. Saturday. So I have Friday, then we got Saturday, we have Sunday, Monday and Tuesday, Wednesday. So I go back to work on next Thursday. Dang. 2025 is when we come back. And it's just more work. That's all it is. Just more work. So I need to make sure to work on some videos, get some more videos out and things like that as well. Oh, Lord Jesus. The reason why I'm kind of like stalling right now is because there's what do you call it? Twitch side is gonna get hit with an ad. Sorry. And I don't want to do that to y'all. I don't want to like go into something and then like, you know, you guys just sit there. Or like you guys have to go through the ads and stuff. Here's my question. When it comes to Twitch ads, right? What are the ads on? That's something I want to know. Like, what are the ads on for Twitch?
Oh my God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Yeah, that's something I want to know. So what are the Twitch ads on? Because let's see here. No. I told tell him. I should get it up. I like how it says for partner I need to stream 25 hours. I got 64. Stream on 12 different days, 15. It's just the average viewers right there. Probably Prime and Blue Chew. They're sponsoring everything and everybody. Shit, man. Are we getting that? Oh, we are. Okay. Okay, yeah, cool. Okay, so this. I know people were talking about Twitch ads and this and that, and I'm just like, wait. Oh, this is probably for. I'm looking at analytics right now, and I'm just like looking at the breakdown of it. It's like paid sub, prime subs, gifted subs, multi-month gifted subs. Okay, ads, yeah, turbo. Okay, cheering. I'm like, okay, cheers. Then I see game sales, and I was like, whoa. Extensions, I'm not entirely sure what that is. Like earning it from like clicking onto another link, I'm guessing. Bounties, I hear that a lot. Let's see. I want to actually look that up. Let's see here. While we're waiting, Twitch. Bounties. Bounty board program. Bounty board program information and FAQ. About a bounty board. What's this? Bounty board is, let's see here. Bounty board is a way for creators to browse and accept paid sponsorship opportunities, aka bounties, directly from their Twitch dashboard. With the bounty board, Twitch handles the relationship with the brand and finds sponsorship opportunities for you. Twitch will also handle your payments so you can concentrate on streaming and growing your community. General guidelines for the use of the bounty board is created as follows: no needless bad mouthing. You can share your authentic opinion of the content, even if it's not entirely positive. However, be mindful of the difference between constructive feedback, which is welcome, and mean spirited bashing, which is not. Use the manage bounties quick action on your stream manager page to track your bounty. It automatically sets your game category and updates your stream title to include sponsored hashtag sponsored, which both must properly be set in place and considered as a bounty as complete. Use the start stop tracking button is required for a bounty to be counted as complete. To add a quick action, go to your stream manager and page on dashboard. Click on the plus in the quick action panels. Enabled manage bounties and under the monetize your stream section. Yeah, but I think this is only for what? Partners? I think that's what it is. I believe this is like for partners. All right, let's see. Look at all. Okay, so add markers, manage your chat. Yeah, so this is when you're a partner, that's when you're able to use it. Oh, that sucks. That's a dookie, but it is what it is. It will require you to disclose your bounties to viewers. Make sure that your viewers are aware that your bounties are sponsored content. Payouts are based on concurrent viewer requirements. You will receive a full payout for meeting the concurrent viewership requirement, while receiving a partial payout if you don't meet the requirement. That sucks. So you can only get, yeah, only partners can be signing up. So get paid to review stuff sounds like a good deal. Yeah, but thing is, you got to have the viewership to do it, and also the status, which is you need to be a partner on Twitch for it. Because this one says, how do I sign up for a bounty board? And it says partners in U.S. and Canada can sign up to be on the wait list by taking this survey, while partners from UK, Germany, and France can sign up to be on the wait list by taking another survey. Every few weeks, we will add partners from the wait list to the program in batches based on targeting for the bounties available. Once you're added to the program, bounty board will be accessible on your dashboard menu. Yeah. So, yeah, you gotta be a partner. That's like I think that's like what's like the downside between like the downside of like, you know, not being a partner. Obviously, it's like you really want to try and do all this stuff to become partner. Everybody likes to see the little purple check mark and stuff. But I think what it is also to do bounty boards and stuff, because I've always heard about it, but I'm like, what is that? So, and all you do is just you test out things, try out new things. It can be a game, it can be like content for a movie, things like that. So, but unfortunately, that is something we're gonna have to wait for some time until we get partner for it. So, all right. Let's react to this one. This is Wokeness and Gaming. This is by BunnyMon.tv. So let's see what she has to say about this whole thing. If you guys don't know when they say about woke gaming, is they're talking about adding pronouns in the game, LGBT stuff, like feminism in the games and stuff like that. Pretty much just like disregarding the whole point of the game being fun and just like throwing things in there. Also, apparently making feminine characters look masculine, things like that. That's what's going on right now. So let's see. I'll be your partner. Shut up, bro. You dating somebody. You with a missus. From what I've seen from Instagram.
Gaming has been a topic for a while. However, I think it is mostly trending in 2024, especially after the election. I feel like people and critics, not only fans but critics, are going after it louder than ever. If you don't know what wokeness in gaming means or refers to, it is incorporation of socially conscious themes like diversity and inclusivity into video game narrative, characters, and development practices. This trend has sparked both praise.
So you can kind of see her there. Was it Horizon Zero Dawn on the left side? Looks more of a more feminine, right? And then on the right side, it looks more like a mixture between, what do they say? Androgynous. They say androgynous. So that's what they're saying.
And controversy within the gaming community. I would say supporters argue that greater representations of different races, genders, sexual orientation, cultures, it all enriches the storytelling and makes games more accessible to a broader audience. However, they believe actually that this evolution reflects society's shifting values or creates a more inclusive environment. But let's not forget that we are talking about social issues and matters that are trending right now, or that are topics that we are discussing right now.
Let me put it in layman's terms, right? That's like Call of Duty Modern Warfare. We all know Captain Price. From UK, white Caucasian male, right? That's like making Captain Price black. And not from the UK. Make him from Africa or somewhere else. Because they and Activision is behind this. They want to do this because they want to have people from Africa or another country be included into the game. You know, that's what's pretty much that's part of it.
Now, which might not be the case in years to come. So how will this age? Probably badly. So here comes the critics.
Oh, they age like milk.
The ones who sometimes view the
Oh, goodness, Concord. This is Concord. Now, the crazy thing is with Concord is the gameplay wasn't there. They really were pushing inclusivity in it. They were pushing a lot of ideologies, but mainly the inclusivity in there. And the big issue that I had with this, just looking at it, it doesn't look appealing. Game-wise, it just doesn't look appealing. You have a lot of bright colors in here, but the thing is, I will repeat this. I've never seen so many bright colors where the game is just like, even though there's like, we all know bright and radiant colors are supposed to be like, they're supposed to pop out at you, right? But there's so much bright, like wanting to stand out colors that it's flushed, it's saturated. That's what's weird to me. I've never seen that ever happen in my life. Even a Picasso painting where it's like you can do the brightest colors under the sun, but still, like, there's always one or two colors that will pop out. This, I don't know what they were doing.
These changes as pandering or unnecessary, claiming that they compromise artistic integrity or alienate long-time fans, especially if we're talking about something that has been created before and now we have a remake of it, unnecessary remake that panders to the culture issues that are relevant today. Were not relevant back in the day, probably will not be relevant in the future, but they are things that we are talking about.
And that's why you get games, you get physical copy games, because if this were to continue, I'm just saying if this were to continue, they're going to do an update of the game, because I know this is going to the extreme, but they would do an update to a game that's a digital copy. They would do an update to your game, and they would change a lot of the shit, and you can't do anything about it. But if you have a physical copy of the game, just like, yeah, you won't be able to play online, but disable the updates and your game will still stay the same.
Today. So regardless of perspective, whether you are a fan of this and you want more wokeness in it, or you are a critic and you think it is unnecessary, the push for inclusivity has undeniably influenced the gaming community and the gaming landscape, as well as the landscape of movies and series. It inspires deeper conversations about the role of media in shaping society.
And they're going for video games because, I mean, Hollywood has been freaking saturated with that. Like it's insane. You could just tell by looking at some of the movies that came out, and you're like, "What the fuck is this?" type of thing, right? But on top of that, you have, on top of that, it's not really being affected in the gaming industry. So people can probably get a good amount of money if they incorporate some of the stuff in the gaming industry, like in some of their games. But gamers are caught on to it, and they're like, first of all, why are you doing this to an existing title, a franchise? Why are you doing this? And then they're like, purchase it or don't. So then people are like, all right, fine. And people are like, okay, I'm not gonna buy it. And then they don't buy it, and then shit goes downhill. Investors gotta answer to the investors, the shareholders, right? Because they're not making profit, because consumers are like, I'm not buying this. And then what happens is people from those studios get laid off, or they get moved somewhere else. And it just happens.
Societal attitudes and the responsibilities of creators in fostering inclusivity. I don't really think inclusivity is a thing that needs to be addressed or mentioned in entertainment business. But that's my opinion. Let's go and check out this video by Pada, and it's called "Why There Is a Push for Wokeness in Gaming."
There's a crazy push for wokeism in gaming right now. It's clear this isn't coming from the majority of gamers like you and me, and it's clearly not something your average gamer even wants in games. But unfortunately, it's still having a massive impact on the companies we once loved and trusted. What's fascinating to me is that there doesn't seem to be a clear or logical reason behind this drive. Gamers aren't stupid. We can see that this goes beyond the simple call to diversity and inclusion.
Wait a minute. Sorry. Why do people don't do that? Why don't people, you know what I mean? Why don't they? Trailer reactions. Wait, unless it's this guy. Hold on. Wait. Nope. Okay. Yeah, this. I never understood when people would do stuff like this. Like, include the channel or at least the video. At least put the video in there. Like, give them some credit.
Especially when the push itself often frames gamers as the villains. But why is there a push then? And why is it so clearly self-destructive? I've spent a lot of time the last few weeks thinking about this, and one idea keeps coming to mind that I would like to add to this conversation. I've been trying to wrap my head around people like Alyssa Morcante, Matt Hansen, Kim Balair, and Cameron Wild, your typical drivers of this destructive narrative in the gaming industry. What's driving them and many others to this radical push for wokeism in gaming? The more I look into it, the more I see these insane bombshells that come out of nowhere. Like Cameron Wild stating that their mission through Sweet Baby Inc. is to burn the gaming industry to the ground.
I remember hearing that.
Clear. This is a real slide. We want cooler stories, a safer world, burning the game industry to the ground.
Yeah, and why burn? Why burn? Okay, so you want to burn the game industry to the ground, but then who is gonna be generating you money? Who's gonna be giving you money? That right there already sounds stupid. You want to attack the people that are supposed to be purchasing your game, right? Attack people that are purchasing your game, and then on top of that, which they're going to result not wanting to buy the game, and then that destroys that studio. So you want to destroy the game industry, okay? But when you destroy the game industry, what does that do for you as a video game consultant company? Mind you, right now you're already losing clients because of the status of games that you had part in are just doing terrible. So that's another thing that I've been wanting to ask, and I'm trying to figure that out.
We want cooler stories, a safer world, burning the game industry to the ground.
Or Alyssa Morcante, an ex-senior editor of a gaming journalist company, Kotaku, physically threatening critics of DEI.
And that the games industry is diverse naturally. Not because anyone's making them be diverse, because the world is diverse, you stupid mother.
The world is diverse. I mean, yeah, that's true, but the thing is, it is being forced upon people. That's the dumb shit. You stupid motherfuckers. Like, that is the dumb part. It's being forced upon. Like, if you let it just naturally take its course, cool, I guess you would say. But if you're forcing it, throwing it into people's faces, yeah, that's not how it goes. Again, 007, Perfect Dark, Bayonetta, Blood Rain, freaking all those movies. Even in movies, right? I mean, we have Blade, right? Blade 1, 2, and 3. Then we got Underworld with Kate Beckinsale. That's not in a bad way. I mean, like, Kate Beckinsale's freaking gorgeous. But yeah, and like you have those. That's diverse. That's inclusive. But it's not forced upon. It's not thrown in your face all the time. Like it's not like Kate Beckinsale in Underworld. It's like she's always like, I'm a woman. Like, then it'd be annoying, right? And then people would just not want to play or not want to watch the movie. So I'm just saying that. Also, on top of that, the whole thing with Dragon Age, right? I saw it on earlier. It was on Twitter where people were talking about a lot of people are bashing the whole character with Tosh and stuff, and they're saying like this is happening throughout the whole game when it's just an optional thing. Okay, it's an optional thing. You don't have to choose it. Okay, but can I kill the character? Can I eliminate the character from the game so I just never have to deal with them ever again? Player choice, right? I mean, it's just like, what's it called? It could be like Oblivion. It could be like Oblivion. It could be like Fallout. Fallout, you kill anybody and everybody. But no, this game you can't. Obviously, it's made by two different studios. One's, Bethesda and the other one's BioWare. But like, you should be able to do that. I should be able to just kill anybody in my party. Just be like, this person just annoys the hell out of me. Shing! Feed him to a dragon. That's it. Yeah, including a minor element for a niche group is inclusivity, but instead the minor niche is the focal point. So now your majority is just the one that is uninterested. Yeah, you're just like, the fuck is this? This has nothing to do with actual game. You guys are just trying way too damn hard and saying we're not pushing inclusivity, but like they are, and they're making it very obvious. And then people are like, all right, well, fine, I'm just not gonna play it. And then later on, they're like, I don't know why people are just not playing our game. Gee.
And if you have a problem with that, come fight me. Physically.
Has anyone taken you up on that yet?
No, 'cause they're all
See, like, usually people like to speak like this. She's like a small...
She says that, but then a lot of creators were like, all right, let's do it. Let's duke it out. Like, people were actually about it. They're about that life. And then she doesn't say anything. She hides. So, yeah.
tiny chihuahua who is barking, but when it comes to biting, it starts running away. She can speak like this in a safe place and pretend that she's really strong and she's fighting for a right or a thing. But when it comes
Mind you,
to
she's
the
going through a
real
lawsuit
matter,
right now.
Look at her literally running first.
Yep.
Or Kim Belair, the CEO of Sweet Baby Inc., receiving...
They're usually expensive grifts gone bad. True. True. That is very true.
praise
Sorry,
at a
I'm still sick.
conference after proudly declaring she's the one pushing for wokeness and killing the gaming industry.
I am the crazed CEO of Sweet Baby Inc., the
Yep.
DEI-obsessed censorship mafia
God.
who is
Yep.
currently
Did you see that?
ruining and Sweet
I need to
Baby
go back. Sweet Baby Inc. CEO makes it clear she wants to erase white male lead characters while employee shows disdain for white people. And God forbid anybody calls her racist, because she's racist towards white people. How can you be racist towards white people? Like, that is impossible.
Inc., the DEI-obsessed censorship mafia who is currently ruining and wokeifying all of the video games that you've ever played.
Yep.
While she said it as a joke, it came across as forced sarcasm, an
It is.
attempt to deflect criticism while seemingly still making her intentions clear. Another insane bombshell would be Matt Hansen openly promoting the illegal practice of excluding an entire race and gender, white dudes, from being allowed to apply for a job at Obsidian.
Which is a violation of the Civil Rights Act of 1968. What you are doing is illegal and you could face jail time. People at Obsidian are already trying, like people that get denied at Obsidian because of those hiring practices are trying to file a lawsuit against them. And when they see that they got rejected because of that, especially the artists, because that's what Matt Hansen was the lead artist or some shit like that. Yeah, that's not going to be good. That's going to be terrible. That's going to be super terrible.
Reminder to Black artists out there who are looking
That's
for
simple.
portfolio reviews or job advice. My DMs are open and you will always have my priority. We got
Yeah.
too many crusty white dudes in this field. Please let me help you replace me one day. I want to go back to living in the woods. Then go do it. I feel
Yeah.
like that'd be better for everybody.
Just go do it. Don't entitle yourself into thinking that every single white man thinks the same way that you do.
And the funny thing is, there are people that are just attacking white males and, attacking white males in the gaming industry and stuff like that, calling them crusty white males, or, just attacking them because they're straight and they're white and they're a male. Which the funny thing is, and here's the kicker, right? Those that don't know, the ones that are really going in on the white males and stuff, and like being very prejudiced against them, are white males themselves. Like Matt Hansen is a white male. What in the Uncle Ruckus is going on? It is insane to see. Did the alert not go? The alert did not go off. That is interesting. But send Endo Spendo. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome in.
Do it for
On the Twitch
yourself.
side.
Do whatever you want, but just don't ask others to do the same thing.
Why does this exist? Even though it's so clearly damaging the reputation and sales of the games or companies they push their agendas through.
Exactly.
Personally, I believe this is a deeply moral issue. There's no proven
Appreciate the
financial
lurk.
benefit to pushing the narrative that white men are bad and that gamers are the problem. There clearly isn't a financial gain from those pushing these woke.
This is definitely the problem. You clearly know, for a decade, 2, 3 decades, white male are the ones who are consuming video games mostly. We have a lot of female too, don't get me wrong, but since ever it was white male, and now you don't want them to buy your games. Who's gonna buy your games?
Genders. So what's driving it? I believe
That's $1 million question. That is the $1 million question that we are all asking. If gamers do not purchase your game, if they do not buy your game, then who is? Who is going to buy your games? Your modern audience that are just sitting there and complaining on Twitter or Blue Sky or whatever about video games, about like video games is this, video games is that, but then they don't actually play the game or purchase it, and they just want to say all this stuff. They're all bark, no bite. That's the issue. Like, we're sitting here, and the thing is, we're not even attacking. We're just like gamers are not attacking. We are just giving strict criticism, saying, hey, this is what's going on with this is going on with the game, and this is why it's not doing well. All you got to do is just make the game how it was before. Like, what? Why is that so difficult to do? But now they don't care. They don't care. They don't give a damn. And it's sad. It's very sad to see. Sorry, I was like looking for something here.
I believe this comes down to the amazing human nature we all have, which is to try to dismantle systems we believe to be unjust. Humans, not all of us, but most of us, have this beautiful innate desire for justice, but this can only ever work against systems that actually exist. It's true that some gamers don't help disprove the accusations of systemic hatred within the gaming community.
It's a female talking to me right now.
Oh my god, I hate this, especially in Valorant. I have it muted. He's black. He's not white. So where is the argument now?
Female talking to me. Get off the game and do your work.
Oh, and don't get me wrong, I got so much hated as well and trash talked by other women in Valorant, not only men.
Toxic behavior is a widespread issue across the internet, on virtually any platform where people can hide behind anonymous aliases. This is an internet-wide problem, not a gamer-specific one.
Yeah.
This idea for systemic hatred within the gaming community doesn't exist, but this is an inconvenient truth for those pushing this agenda, so good luck trying to convince them of that. Now, from their perspective, this is why I believe that the fight for wokeness is well intended by those pushing for it.
And another thing is when it comes to when it comes to like the video, like just in the gaming in general, because that's what the main premise that we're talking about here is. So the whole thing with Valorant, where a female gamer, I believe she was a streamer, was getting harassed. She got harassed on Valorant, and people were telling her. She brought up the issue. She had the clip on Twitter. She says that she's ending her stream and this and that, right? And full disclosure, I want to say right now is that nobody should be treated the way how she was being treated, right? But people were saying this. They were like, "Why don't you just mute them and this and that? Like, why don't you just mute them? You can just mute them, right?" So, not because of that, but because of problems that were like that in the past and everything. That's when we started getting in-game chat monitors and stuff like that. Perfect example is Call of Duty. Like a lot of people are getting comm banned and stuff like that, in-game comm banned and stuff like that because of these things that have been happening, right? And people are saying it's a good thing and stuff, but like also content creators and things like that are. Let's see if I can find the clip. But there's issues with like content creators and stuff that are not able to have fun because of the situation. I know Cruz had one. She had it was like a whole clip of it. Where is it? This one.
Not fucking fun to stream or make content around anymore because you get fucking game chat banned for talking shit back to people or shooting the shit. I'm paying for a rated M game and you're telling me I can't curse in there and shoot the shit. It's so insane. I'm all for like, oh yeah, you say some racist shit or you're sending genuine death threats.
Right.
I get that shit. You tell me I can't fuck somebody's mom or that I've got a fucking stank ass puss over game mic or my buddy who got chat banned because he said he told a guy that he's got his skin, he makes him look like a pussy and it was a cat skin. And you're telling me that we're getting banned for that shit? Nah, dude, fuck COD. Like that's also why people don't want to play it anymore, dude. Like good lord. Part of that game was like shit talking and having fun and everyone's just a bunch of so overly sensitive. Like fuck the AI filter.
Like it was, if you guys know back then with like Call of Duty 4, Modern Warfare 2, Modern Warfare 3 was in there, but Black Ops 1 and Black Ops 2, especially them S&D lobbies. If you guys know about them S&D lobbies, they were saying some shit, and it was funny as hell though, because people would be, man, when you got the people that be doing the roast, like if you don't shut your stupid ass, blah 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 blah, when they be going on and on and on, and we're like, damn. Or we'd be hearing like a crazy story about how this dude and his girl broke up, or how this girl and this dude they broke up. and like we're just like in between rounds, we're like, oh, what happened? What happened? Tell us what happened. And then like they try to tell us, but then it cuts off. And we're like, no, no, no. And we're like, guys, we gotta hurry up and end this round. And then we're like, hey, everybody, shut up. Now keep going with the story. And like, you know, it was like TV. It was like TV for us. It was so funny. That was like the drama news channel and stuff. It was amazing.
Man, so bad. Your boyfriend's chat gets banned every time, dude. My buddies, it's part of the reason they're not streaming COD.
Yeah, because even Wildcat, one of the people that played COD Search and Destroy, was because the funny things that you say in the game in it. So yeah, Uncoms ban, please Activision assist. I don't say anything insane or drop slurs yet. I haven't been able to talk in game for a week. System is off.
COD S&D.
And what people would usually do is they report, like, for the comm bans, if I recall, if you generate enough like reporting, then they get flagged and then automation just bans you for a certain amount of days.
They're banned and you can't even appeal it. It's like you talk shit back, you get in trouble. It's stupid, dude. It's not fun. There's like a line of like where I understand it. Call of Duty's gone overreach that and like completely sucked the fun out of the game with it. It's so pathetic. It's a rated M game, man. Also, I can't put Bussy in my clan tag. The fuck is that about? I can't name a COD gun class Bussy? It's too inappropriate. Let me curse, bro. It's a rated M game. The characters can curse. Why can't I curse? Dumb, bro. Dumb. There's kids.
Also, yeah, you play it's a rated M game, but you can freaking blast the heads off of zombies and see like blood and stuff squirt out. What was it in the new Black Ops 6 zombies where if you get knocked down, just say knockdown, game over, like you are getting like eaten alive. There's that. And then on top of that, what you got characters cursing. You got, now they're doing 420. It's not even 420 yet. But you got 420 characters, like an iguana that can smoke a bong. There's an execution where you stab somebody in the neck with a bong. And you can rip a bong out of their neck, which I thought was fucking weird. So it's just it's the dumb stuff like that. Like go back to just how COD was, literally. Yeah, there's a big problem with mass reporting comms. Even crazier, it doesn't have to be a bunch of different accounts. One person can just click report over and over. Yeah, you can say "What's up, guys," and then like get comm banned for that. You can. That's how stupid it is.
Kids playing the game. Oh, I don't care. It's still a rated M game. If their parents hear that and they get in trouble or they cry over it, well, tough shit. Their parents made an active decision to let them buy that and play it. They gave their credit cards for that. Then that's if they get upset and their kids get upset, that's a parenting problem.
Yep.
Not a game problem. Bro, my dad let me play Quake when I was 5 years old. He let me watch him play Doom. I turned out fine. Well, actually, maybe not, but.
But yeah, you guys understand my point when it comes to the whole like comm ban and all that stuff, or just when they're talking about the toxicity and everything like that. Like they're trying to fix and resolve. They're trying to resolve things and try to help people out and everything like that. But in the end, it's just making things worse. Honestly. Like, what can you do? Like, again, it's hard because it's like you don't want the person to be harassed, right? And receive all this stuff. But then again, you don't want people to overdo the communication bans or the reporting to where people are just getting comm banned just for they see your gamer tag and it can be like happy slappy or something like that, or happy pappy, and then they just freaking do that, right? Making a rated mature game kid friendly directly contradicts its rating. Exactly. It's like it's an M rated game and everything, so you should know it says a strong language and everything like that. It seems like if they're gonna keep going this route with Call of Duty, it seems like they're gonna have to have like 2 ratings, one for the game itself, and then one for like online presence, which will forever be M rated, because even on Minecraft, people are saying some crazy shit. It's just how it is. It is how the internet works and stuff like that. It is what it is.
There's a saying that always comes to mind when I see people like Kim Belair or Matt Hansen or any of these progressives out there that are pushing for this. Hurting people hurt other people. When someone gets hurt, it becomes almost instinctive to lash out. In environments of perceived injustice,
I want to read what it said.
becomes almost
I have witnessed non-men having to prove their gamer credentials to be in the room.
What? Witness non-men. So, a woman. What the hell is a non-man? A non-man's a woman, right? I don't get that. That is...
being passed over for jobs and promotions, even though they are more qualified than their.
It's like Tyler, the creator, said, how are you getting cyberbullied? Turn the laptop off. And people were just saying the same thing when people are getting like just bullied, or when people are getting annoyed or whatever. People are like, just hit the mute button. That's why the mute button's in there. But people are like, well, I don't want them to do that. I don't want to hit the mute button. And it's just like, things can, let's put it this way. Things can be but things can be de-escalated very easily and very quickly. Like, things can be resolved easily. But it just seems like it's going overboard. They go overboard, and it's just insane. You're forgetting the non-binary titles. That's why she said non-men. Well, next year, it seems like that's going away in the workforce, apparently. That has been put out. And I was like, interesting. People are like, how do I feel about it? Again, I just worry about what's around me. That's it.
Cis male.
And if people are trying to say, if people are asking, like, well, what about this whole thing with video games? It affects around me if I'm playing the game. Yes, it affects me because I purchased the game. Free to play game, I don't care. I'll get over it, whatever. But if it's a game I purchased, I want to experience it, the game I want to experience. That's why I stopped playing Call of Duty. Call of Duty hasn't been the same since, I don't know, like 10 years ago. So, yeah, why pay for stuff that I'm limited to doing?
Cis male. Counterparts paid less, tokenized at gaming events, and not given investments in their self-development. So what drives me is simple. What would this look like if it were easy?
instinctive to lash out.
Okay.
In environments of perceived injustice, people often can't help but try to fight back. And this is what I believe is clearly happening here.
Put this stuff up to your higher-ups, and if they don't see the value in what you're asking for when you ask for consultants, when you ask for research, go have a coffee with your marketing team and just terrify them with the possibility of what's going to happen if...
Brother!
So threaten them? Like, them saying, your game is going to be horrible, it's going to be stupid, nobody's going to buy it, nobody's going to love you, this and that, and you'd be like, all right, cool. This is why I miss the whole put your money where your mouth is type of thing, right? Or like, what was it what we used to say? We always used to say when something happens, we're like, all right, bet. What's up, bet? Like, we be doing that. We're like, bet. No, things are changing now. But again, like I said, next year or in a month, in a few days, well, actually just in a month, things are going to change. Things are going to change, and people are not going to like it, but things are going to change.
What? She's telling you to go and harass someone.
They don't give you what you want.
Now, I don't mean this in an insulting way, and my heart genuinely goes out to these people. But I don't think it's a coincidence that many of the people pushing these narratives share certain traits. Why is it that the majority of those at the
Why do they
forefront of
look
these
like
movements
this?
are physically or
I don't know.
socially unconventional or unattractive by societal standards? Or why is it that they often come across as
What is
unlikable?
that?
I find it fascinating that so much of what they push seems to reflect their own personal grievances. They seem to want the gaming industry to look like them, or even to tear down anything that reminds them of what they
Eastern
might
Dance.
Go back.
the gaming industry to look like them, or even
And this is why you got a lot of people playing back with Wukong and things like that. A lot of people. A lot of people are choosing games like Black Myth Wukong and gotcha games and things like that than Western devs. But hey, we got a solution around that. Apparently, there's a solution around that. People like devs in AAA industries are leaving and just creating their own. They're creating their own studios, and they're like, we're going back to the way it used to be, and how games were made, and how it was fun and quality over quantity. And these and industries, or in these consultant firms like Sweet Baby Inc. or SBI Sweet Baby Inc., whatever the hell you want to call it, are gonna want to consult with them and like ask them about stuff. They're gonna be like, nah, no, we're good. We don't. No, we saw what happened. No, you try to harass them, and be like, all right, fine, bet you can try, but it's not gonna do well.
even to tear down anything that reminds them of what they
Eastern
might
Dance.
envy or resent. Look at the push for female characters to be less attractive. Why is this necessary?
Wait, hold on.
Look at the push for female characters to be less attractive. Why is
don't
this
look that bad.
necessary? Is it truly about representation, or is it about projecting personal insecurities?
I think
I
it's projection.
projecting personal
Yeah.
insecurity.
I think it's projection.
And I think it's laziness as well. It is facing the fact that it is harder to look decent, to take care of yourself. It is easier to just let go. You know, and if you let go, and if it is easy for you to let go, and you are lazy to take care of yourself, you want your game to reflect that as well. You don't want your game to inspire you or push you to be better and do better. I remember back then, let's
Wait,
talk
wait,
about
wait,
two-
wait, wait, hold
it's
on.
easy for you to take well. It is facing the fact that it is harder to look decent, to take care of yourself. It is easier to just let go. You know, and if you let go, and if it is easy for you to let go, and you are lazy to take care of yourself, you want your game to reflect that as well. You don't want your game to inspire you or push you to be better and do better. I remember back then, let's talk about Tomb Raider. For example,
I want to inspire myself to be better and stuff. When I played God of War, when I played the first God of War on PS2, guess what happened? When I saw Kratos, I was like, God dang, that dude's big. Guess what that made me do? I took my ass to the gym. Clearly, it didn't last that long, but I took my ass to the gym because I was like, damn, that shit motivated the hell out of me. I ain't gonna lie.
Lara Croft. Man, I remember back then I would watch and play Lara Croft as a kid, as a teenager, whatever, and I would be like, oh my god, I want to look hot and be powerful and strong and smart like her.
Yeah.
That all changed today. Lara Croft doesn't look like that anymore.
Yeah.
She is now for these people.
Yeah.
Okay?
Larry Croft.
Like,
Why is it that specific unlikable personalities that obviously reflect
Hey,
a
Groovy Tony, thanks
specific
for the
type
follow.
of
Appreciate it.
person are being put?
Why are my alerts not working? Hold on. That is so weird. Alerts, why aren't you working? Let's see here. Let's see here. Yeah, that's really weird. Alerts aren't working. Interesting. Wait a minute. Whoops. Let me put the setting down here. I think the video game woman aren't attractive anymore trope is being severely dragged. Like I saw people redesign characters and they put lip fillers and stuff on them. I know, and the crazy thing is, people are like, "Look, I fixed it," and then a lot of people are like, "Yep, looks a lot better." Like, I don't know. What do you want them to do? What do you want them to do about that? So that's the only thing that it kind of makes me laugh about that. But I also agree when when there are intentional attractive designs, people do hate out of insecurity. When I see Vegeta or Gus from Berserk, I think that's me for real. I don't hate them because they're jacked. My thing is, people just need to stop putting in like real world shit, like real world issues and shit like that. They need to stop putting that into the games, because the games are meant to escape. Because if the games aren't meant to escape, what do you think people are gonna be doing? They're gonna be doing drugs, because that's what people use drugs for. They're using it for a sense of escape in reality. What are they running from? Type of thing. This is, you're not doing that. That's gonna harm. It's not harming your body or anything. That's the thing. Like if I want to freaking, and I remember seeing this. I remember I talked about this in a video like a long time ago when I was playing Helldivers 2, right? Helldivers, the devs at Arrowhead that made Helldivers 2, people were talking about, because this has been brought up. They were like looking at the different capes and stuff like that, right? Like people were like, "Oh, we're gonna do different designs of capes," and people were asking that, they were like, "Oh, what if we like, can you guys put in a community cape? You know what I mean?" They're like, let's add in that the cape for that, and they said no. And what happened? They got mad. They called this company so many names, and this and that, but they said, we clearly just don't want political stuff in the game. And they're like, well, your game is political. It's like, no, but it's making fun of politics. You're not becoming president or anything. Like, you're fighting for this for survival of your planet. That's the thing. Like, and that apparently, like, people, when they get so enraged by like them just being told no, they miss everything. And it's like, we're just trying to tell them, hey, like, you're defending your planet. What does this cape have to do with anything? They're like, well, it identifies. What if this studio doesn't want to use identifiers? What if they don't want to identify? That's the issue. Like, everything is trying to identify something, and it's like, why? Why is identity so important? I really want somebody to answer that. Why is identity so important in a video game? Like, a simple identification on a video game is the genres. Like, if I have a gun and I cannot see, if I cannot see my full character and I only see is my gun, and I can look down, probably see my feet or not see my feet, well, I know I'm playing a first-person shooter. Now let's see. If I am walking around and let's still go with first-person shooter, but if I am walking around and I'm doing quests, like doing main quests, side quests, and I am in open world, okay, I'm still in first person. I'm still playing an FPS, but I'm playing an MMO FPS. Right? It's that simple. But again, people are just trying to like identify, like, it's just, and I try to understand what the other side, and the other side is just like, well, we put it in there. What's the big deal about it? Why is it a big deal? And they're like, how to say? They're like, why is it a big deal? Sorry, let me back up. They said, why is it a big deal if this was put in it before? Because at the time, it just really didn't matter. You just select a character. It says your collector, your character, male, female. That's it. And you see, obviously, the different design. One is a male figure, the other one's a female figure, right? But if you're putting these other ones in there, right? Okay, if I choose the male character model, right, and then I choose a non-binary character, how do those two look different? Right? That's my thing. How do those two look different? So, and then another thing I saw, last thing, I remember seeing somebody play Dragon Age of Veilguard, and they wanted to make a female character, which they did. And what they wanted to do is this is a female content creator. She wanted to make her character have a pretty bust breast size, right? So she went on. So she looked at the character and she moved on the meter for breast size. It doesn't make a difference. It's still like flat chested, and then it's like slightly, like barely an A, right? I'm just saying. She was like mad about this. She's like, how the hell do you have a mechanic to put breast size in there, but like you won't give, like, even if you max it out, they have like less than an A cup. And I was just like, oh my goodness. If you want to have a big boobed woman, shit, make a big boob woman, right? If you want to have one who's flat chested, fine. But it gotta be for everybody. It can't just be like, oh, I'm just here to please these people, like please this group, and then just disregard everybody else. That's when I saw that. I was like, that was very interesting to see. Like, seriously, that's like, okay, that's like making a MMORPG game, and it's like you choose the male side, right? You can give them like a big muscular build, or they can be skinny. But then instead, what they do is, you're skinny, but you have like, when you met, like you're completely skinny, you're a twig. But then when you move the meter all the way over for muscles, you got like an itty bitty tiny bit of definition. Like, yeah, that would be messed up. So if you're going to do this, and I know people spend hours on character customization. I do it sometimes too. I did it with GTA 5. So when GTA 6 comes out, oh, you already know shit's gonna happen. But give everybody the choice. If you're gonna do it for one, you gotta do it for everybody. It can't just be for it. It can't be not for the, or was it it's for the, not for me, or something like that, or it's for me, not for thee, or some shit like that. I can't remember the saying, but something like that. It's just insane.
Pushed into stories or narratives.
10 hours of Abby? 10?
Mel's pregnant.
Wait, what? Is that real? Yes, it's real.
Yeah, you
Yes.
have to play as
You're
Abby.
gonna play the next 10-hour.
Oh, I remember this.
Good game.
Yeah, PewDiePie was like, fuck this. Delete.
Many of these new characters seem to be written with abrasive.
Yeah, apparently they did Joel dirty in that game. They did him dirty because everybody loves Joel, and they're like, well, we want people to play as Abby this time. And they're like, well, how are you gonna do that? They're like, well, simple, we'll just kill him. And I was like, I never played The Last of Us 1, I never played The Last of Us 2, but I've seen bits and pieces of it, and I was like, damn, they really did that to him. It was so messed up.
Condescending or unlikable traits, often portrayed
It
as
started with
strength.
Abby, honestly,
Why
if you
also
think about
is
it.
strength increasingly depicted as being dismissive or outright rude? This often alienates players who want characters they can root for.
I don't understand this trend, like to make the main characters so unlikable. So like over
Yeah.
time you grow to like them, but why start out like that? I don't really understand it.
Again, this might be obvious for a lot of you, but at its core, I think this push for wokeism in gaming is rooted in personal hurt. These individuals perceive
I agree
injustices in the world
100%.
around them.
It's how it goes with games is this. It's about relativity. That's what it is. If the consumer, the player, whoever that is controlling the player, that has purchased the game or playing the game, and that is controlling the character and everything, they want to have some sense of relativity towards the character. It could be a characteristic, it can be their personality, it can be the character themselves, especially if you're doing MMO games and stuff like that, or RPG games where you can create a character. Usually, like 9 times out of 10, people create themselves. They try to make a representation of themselves in the game, so then they can add more to the immersion. Like, holy crap, I am myself. If I am playing chivalry or something. Let's just say that just randomly. No, never mind. Let's play Star Wars. If I'm playing Star Wars and I can make a black dude who is 6'2", who has braids or dreads or whatever, and he can hold a purple lightsaber, you damn well know I'm going to make him. Because then I'm like, dude, look at me. I'm a freaking badass looking freaking lightsaber dude, you know, things like that. It's just, it is what it is. So that's the thing. It has to be relatability. If not, then the story got to be relatable to the character, or the mechanics, the story, everything. That has to be relatable. Usually what people go for is the character themselves. Can they relate some way to the character? Mainly games that have like choices in it. Like, let's just say Dark Picture Anthology. People can have like those drew a lot of people into the game because it's like you have to make a choice. You make that choice, you can make a choice that is good in your mind, but it ends up killing a character in the game. And it's like, it's relatable because it's the choice that you made. Maybe being good all the time doesn't mean everything else will be good. It means there could be some bad things that happen too, right? So I think that's what it is. Like, that's why I think relativity is very, very important when it comes into designing video games and having it in games in general. Because if not, what's the point? Like, people are gonna be like, it's not fun, or they're like, what's the point of this? Just like what Moist Critical was saying, why have a character in there that's not likable? If the player does not like the game, they're gonna get rid of the game. They're gonna turn it off. Look at PewDiePie. PewDiePie just had 10 hours of Abby, and what did he do? He deleted Last of Us 2, Part 2 off. That's a problem. That's a problem. And that's why you pay attention to your audience.
Whether real or imagined, and are lashing out in the only way they know how.
And to be honest,
Sorry for dragging this out for so long.
I didn't know that there are those type of people that they are hurt and they want to hurt others and they lash out and they're so mean. They can be so mean. I'm not talking about everyone. There are individuals, but these individuals represent the majority for some reason because they are the loudest on the internet. Since I started to react to this election stuff and wokeism and stuff, I cannot believe the way they behave. It is out, like they want us to have empathy with them, towards them, but the way they behave, they just are asking for us to hate on them.
Wow. They're tearing down systems they don't feel a part of.
Now, the thing is, hate is a very strong word. So it's not really hating on them. It's just like society nowadays, I just got to say it. Society nowadays, it's...
Oh my God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Well, I'll just say this for on the YouTube side, just to let people know. But the thing is, people are pissed off, right? How want to say it? For society in general, it's like either you agree with me or you're the enemy, you're the op, right? And it's just like, no, I live in the U.S. I'm entitled to my own opinion, just like you are entitled to yours. You have your opinion, but I can respectfully disagree. I can respectfully decline things. That's the great thing about living here, living in this country. Like, I can respectfully disagree. Do you guys see what's going on in the UK? They had a thing where it's like on social media, if you say something, if you say something or whatever, like you go to jail. I'm like, wow, that is crazy. That is insane. Like, there's certain, like, you cannot say certain things on and like on social media if you live in the UK or you go to jail for it. That is insane. Over here, you say whatever you want. Now, that doesn't mean you're not gonna receive consequences. Obviously, you won't receive consequences legally, depending on the status of it. But it'll be heard. It'll be heard on. You'll receive something from the internet. It happens all the time. It happens all the time. So, yeah, I just think this whole thing where it comes with to all this stuff with what's the name of it? Dang, I'm really fucking up right now. But all this stuff that is going on with like people not able to have opinion and stuff like that. That's why people think that, like, the funny thing is, this is why people think like we're activists on like for YouTube and content creation, when we're saying like reporting on games that are just like not doing well and like all this stuff is happening, they're like, oh, you guys are activists too. It's like, no, we're just sitting here looking at the game. We're like, the game is just not that good. And then looking at the community, the gaming community, and they're like, yeah, this sucks. Why am I going to pay $70 for this game when I can go buy another game that I know for sure is good, type of thing. That's it. Gaming outlets are pissed off at some YouTubers and stuff like that. And it's like, why? Because they're doing your job. Because they are doing doing your job, which you get paid for. They don't. And they're getting all the views and clicks because they're actually like just going off of what they think of the game. They say, and it's just like for me as well. Like, welcome back, everybody. It's just like all the videos that I've been putting out and everything. You don't have to agree with what I say. You don't have to agree with it. That is the great thing about my channel, my YouTube channel. You don't have to agree with everything. But if you can give me solid feedback with proof, then yeah, I'll take a gander at it. But if you're just like pissed off because I don't agree with what you're thinking or what you're saying and everything, like if you're just doing that and you don't have any proof, then honestly, I'm just gonna laugh. I'm just like, oh, okay. But I try to respond to everybody. Like for example, I'll give you an example. Somebody in one of my videos, it was about Intergalactic, and they were talking about, oh, Naughty Dog would never do this. Naughty Dog is an amazing game. They said that they don't need what was it? They don't need money from other sponsors, they don't need money from investors. They have their own money. They can do whatever they want. So I simply asked them, I said, okay, so based off of what you were saying, here's my question for you. If Naughty Dog and Intergalactic, or with Intergalactic is made by Naughty Dog, if Naughty Dog doesn't need it, why don't they go independent and not rely on PlayStation and not have PlayStation as a publisher and investor? If they have their own money, why don't they do that? That person got upset. And I was like, it's just a simple question. If they have their own money and they're doing fine and they're great. Oh, and also the person said that there's no other game there's no other studio that is doing very well for their games. And I said, well, I can give you a very good one. They are under the parent company. They're under the parent company of Kadokawa Corporation in Japan. It's From Software. From Software makes some of the most amazing games ever. You have your Armored Core series, you have the Dark Souls series, and then also you got Elden Ring that just came up. Miyazaki has done so well with these games. The corporation even tells them, like they even mentioned to him, he's basically a third of Kadokawa because of the games. If he were to leave From Software might be in a critical state because of how the game direction, the art direction, and everything that he has been putting into these games. So that's the thing. There are studios that have their Miyazakis, right? And if they leave, that studio will crumble. But anyway, like what the person was saying, like, again, that person was upset about that. I'm sorry, I'm just going everywhere. But that person was very upset about that whole situation. And I'm like, damn. I was like, all I'm doing is I'm literally asking questions. And if they were able to provide proof, because they said they are doing very well and everything, I was like, let me see the proof. I was like, I can show you proof of this game not being well received when they were saying it was. I was like, okay, let me show you Naughty Dog's trailer for Intergalactic. Then let me show you PlayStation's. They both got out-ratioed in dislikes. They have like double, almost triple the dislikes. Some of them double, triple, almost quadruple. Intergalactic has more dislikes than Concord. That's gotta tell you something. Remember, Intergalactic's not even out yet. So, just saying.
But I'm doing so they're causing harm to the very industry they claim to care about. Another thing that reaffirms this idea for me is that these people avoid any form of response or backlash by going into protection mode on their channels, or even blocking people that try to call them out. They don't want to converse. They want to attack and with.
Yeah, when you do that, guess what? You already won. You, as a person that asked a question, if you're like what was the art design or the art direction or the game direction or the game choice to go this route with Dragon Age Veilguard, and the dev or whoever just blocks you or just privates their thing, you won. You were asking a legitimate question. Now, if you're just like, oh, I hate you and this and that, and they block you, then that's different. But if you're legitimate asking a question in results to the game, it's not attacking or anything like that. You just want to ask a simple question. Like, it's like asking Marty O'Donnell with Halo 2. Hey, for when you did Halo 2, when you did the music for that, you know, the guitar rip, like what inspired you? What made you want to go that direction of with the guitar, like putting the guitar in there? And he just blocks me. I'd be like, what what is going on? I just ask a simple question. But if he comes back and says, well, I wanted to try something that would be a little more energetic and little hardcore. I don't know what he would actually say, right? But hearing that from him, I'd be like, okay, great. I like that. Respectable. Even if I asked somebody about Dragon Age Veilguard, and same thing with the art direction and everything like that, and the design choice, where they're going with this, and if they answer the question, like just genuinely answer the question, cool. But no, people are very defensive and protective. If you don't have anything to say, just simply say, I don't have an answer at this time, but I will get back to you. Simple. Okay, respect. But if you ignore somebody, if you block them, if you go into protection mode, which is crazy, that speaks a lot of that says a lot.
Withdraw to
Exactly.
avoid pain. Yes,
That's a common
gaming
theme
should
right
be
now,
a space
what I
for
noticed.
everyone, regardless of race, gender, or background. But inclusion shouldn't mean tearing down others.
Nope.
If anything, it should mean building something better for everyone.
Yep.
The way wokeism is being pushed is obviously doing a painful disservice to the people in these communities. Some may then ask, what about the rude, toxic gamers that are so mean to me? Firstly, the cause and effect of going online is facing the RNG of toxicity.
Yep.
You don't have to go online.
Yep.
You don't have to climb in the bath and bathe in the toxicity that people throw in it. If you don't.
Yeah, it's not like you got a gun to your head and says you have to make a YouTube channel, you have to make an X account, you have to make a Twitch channel or anything like that. You don't have to do that. Everybody has choices of if they want to do things. But now the thing is, the outcome, you have to think about the possibility of outcomes. That's the thing. Not everybody, but a good amount of people, like a majority, are only seeing this. They're seeing like this. They're not seeing out here. They're not seeing out here. They're only seeing this right here. They're not seeing out here of what's exactly going on or what could possibly happen. That's the thing. You know, it's like, okay, let me put it this way. It's like, you know, like a fight's going to happen. And usually if you're like, those are just like sitting back, you're like, oh, like you're like looking, you're like, oh shit. Like you see this person getting in a fight, but then you see this person like stand up and like talking to people, and then they all rush over to go jump that person, right? Like that's us seeing it, like the possible consequences, right? But if you just sit there and watch somebody get in a fight, and then just out of nowhere, this person just gets jumped, you're like, what the hell? Where did that happen? You know? So it's one of those things where it's just like, you got to know what are the possible outcomes. It's just like the same thing with drinking and driving, right? First of all, you shouldn't be doing it. All right. Anybody that is drinking, you should immediately surrender your keys, right? You should immediately surrender your keys. You should not be drinking and driving. But like, what are the outcomes, right? What are the outcomes of you getting in your car where you're intoxicated, impaired judgment, and probably impaired visually impaired too, and you're not able to fully use 100% of your motor skills or your brain clearly? You could potentially hurt yourself. You can hurt somebody else. And I mean to the extreme of, you know, of yourself or somebody else or both. You can go to jail, things like that. Those are like, these are choices that you have made when you are doing certain things. If you lash out on gamers, well, guess what? There is the possibility that they will retaliate. They will come back and say stuff. There may be articles about you and stuff like that. It is what it is. It just depends on what your choice is and how you're going to take that.
Don't like it, disconnect, avoid it. If it affects you, stay away. You are doing yourself a disservice by going to the place that causes the most harm to you. When people like Cameron Wild say that they want to burn the gaming industry to the ground, they're not actually saying they want to destroy gaming as a concept. What they're saying is they want to dismantle the culture they believe gaming represents. To them, gaming isn't just an industry or a hobby. It's a symbol of everything they perceive to be wrong with the world. White male dominance, toxic masculinity, and exclusion. But here's my question. So when people say toxic, just it's random, but like people always keep saying toxic masculinity, right? But then I just saw something where it was the intergalactic voice actress. She put up a picture and it said fragile masculinity. Which one is it? Which one is it? Is it toxic or is it fragile? Is it alpha males? Is it beta males? Is it masculine men? Is it soy boys? Like, what is it? That's the funny thing. That's the funny thing for me. Like, that's the funny thing just hearing about that. I'm like, really? That's what's going on right now? Like, a person doesn't want to date you, so then you're saying they're toxic? Again, it's just like people with rejection, insecurity, resentment. That's all it is. They're the one. That's the problem. That seems like what's the root problem of it. I remember this person that was talking about the person that they were talking about, who was talking about white male dominance, stuff like that. This person talked so much smack. I remember because I saw the video. They talked so much smack on Quentin Tarantino because he's white. I'm like, bro, he has made some of the most amazing movies ever. And she was like, well, look at Django. Django was he's a slave and this and that by a white German male. And I'm like, but he's freed. And you have this dude, you have Jamie Foxx, who is Django, shooting at people. He even shot Samuel L. Jackson in that movie. I was like, then you got what's the name of it? Pulp Fiction. One of the iconic characters in that movie is Samuel L. Jackson as Jules. Which, dude, one day I gotta get a Jerry curl. I gotta try that whole thing out. I heard that shit is messy. But yeah, again, like, what are you talking about? Like, oh, we need to stop all this dominance, white male dominance. Then make a video game, make a movie, and see if you can do better. That's it. It's competition. It just seems like what's going on with this whole dominance or whatever is like, you don't want to compete, so you just want to complain. And you think that's going to go somewhere, but it's not. And it's backfiring and you're getting mad about it. That's what's happening. Irony.
Again, my own opinion.
Has already evolved so much over the years. In the early days of gaming, the audience was predominantly male, and the games were designed to reflect that. But today, gaming is for everyone. We've seen the rise of well-written, diverse characters,
Until you get
inclusive storylines, and games that cater to a wide range of players.
I couldn't do Jerry curls, obviously, in the military. Shit, I'd get in trouble so many damn times. Like, even having this, whatever this was, I got in trouble for that. No, but we get to 1K followers on Twitch, and then I straighten my hair, and I look like Cat Williams. I do that, and then I gotta do a 24-hour stream too. So we'll see how that goes. But again, we gotta get to 1K. We gotta get to 1K followers, or 1K followers on Twitch, or 1K subscribers on YouTube. Again, they're free. Those are free.
Women make up a massive portion of gamers now, and
Now,
developers
yeah.
are creating experiences that appeal to people of.
Well, they make okay. Let me go back. They make a mass portion of games like females do. I believe it's on the like chill casual gaming side. I believe, but like still on like FPS like competitive shooters. I believe it's more. I think it's more male dominated. I believe.
All ages,
I could be wrong, though.
genders, and cultures. The truth is, gaming is already inclusive. The idea that gaming is a closed-off boys' club is now a lie. It's a convenient myth made by those who want to justify their actions. And yet, despite this inclusivity, these same voices keep pushing for more radical changes. Why? Because their fight isn't about inclusion. It's about erasure. They want to erase what gaming is, and the culture that gaming was built on, even if it means alienating the core audience that has supported the industry for decades. Take, for example, the attack on what they call toxic masculinity in gaming. There's nothing wrong with having games that feature strong masculine heroes.
Yeah.
Just like there's
Why is
nothing
that a
wrong with having games that
problem?
feature diverse, complex, or unconventional characters. It seems as though narrative writers behind this agenda have no idea how to actually write a good, compelling story. You are doing a disservice to yourself because what you are writing is boring and it detracts from the games that you work on. This brings us to another question. Why is the gaming industry so vulnerable to these attacks? Part of the reason is that gaming is an easy target. It's a massive, visible industry with a passionate and vocal fan base, and a huge portion of it is white males. If you want to make
I mean, doing these attacks is simple. It's like think of it as like an art show that obviously yeah, just think of it as like an art show, like an art gallery. Anybody can get in. All you have to do is just make a painting. And people are making paintings and stuff like that. And what they're doing is they're submitting these paintings. Yeah, they're submitting these paintings and everything. And what happens is what do you call it? People are submitting these paintings and everything like that, which is fine. But they're like, no, I want like you have people that are making masculine male figures, people are making feminine male figures, but this person over here was like, I don't want to have either a masculine or a feminine type of figure for a character. But the ones that are masculine and feminine are winning. They're winning. Like people are like, oh, I'll buy that off you for like $3 million, $2.5 million, $5 million. You know, this and that's being auctioned off. While they're sitting over here with their painting where they're not getting anything, right? So they get mad and they complain to whoever the auctioneer or the art director or the art manager of the building, right? And they say, this is unfair. This is bull crap. Mine deserves to get millions of dollars as well, right? And then, so what you do is you go over and you tell people, well, that is toxic. Like that person's painting of that male figure is toxic. That one for the female figure is toxic as well. Buy mine. And people are like looking at them, like looking at that person with the painting. They're like, what? And they still continue to go buy that person's thing, right? But there are some that are like, I saw what you did, and I will buy your painting. I will be that person to buy your painting. But it's like one person compared to like hundreds of thousands of people that are like auctioning and yelling out prices that they would pay for the other two paintings, right? That's what it is.
Headlines or spark controversy, gaming is the perfect platform. But there's another reason too. Many gaming companies are afraid of bad press. They've seen what happens when social media mobs go after a developer or publisher. They've seen the boycotts, the X.
Well, I mean, the thing is, they're afraid of the media, but the thing is, the gaming media that's supposed to be doing guides, they're supposed to be doing reviews, and they say 100% honest reviews. They say they're supposed to be doing reviews and stuff. They all say the same exact thing about a game, and it's like word for word. They're saying the same exact thing about a game. But then, if you look at, and this is a perfect example, like a perfect example is going on to Metacritic. I go on to Metacritic to look at a game, right? The gaming media outlet, which are the critics, right? the critics are the ones that are giving it a really good score. But then if you go to user reviews, the scores are completely different. And usually that's the negatives. And I go in and I read about why the person gave this game a score and this and that. The reason where I really where it really took into account was, I think it was a magazine or outlet. They did a review of Armored Core 6, Fires of Rubicon. I need to play that game again. So they did a review on that. And I was like, okay. They said that the review, they're like, this game is horrible. The graphics it sucks. The combat is clunky, is this and that. I played it. I was like, what the hell are they talking about? This game looks amazing. And the game was well received and everything. It just like Black Myth Wukong. They wanted to shit on the game. But many people who were playing the game loved it. So then they saw the masses, obviously knowing that they are wrong, they try to reverse themselves and be like, oh, it's a really good game. But everybody's like, no. Because internet is forever, so things get archived. They're like, no. You said the game was crap. You said that, I don't know why people are buying this. You guys gave it a 2-star, a 2-star out of 5. And people posted on Twitter and on X. People make YouTube videos out of it. So people are talking about media outlets are being attacked. People are talking about artists and stuff like that. They're being attacked. Well, the thing is, if you how would I say, if you as the artist or dev or whoever claps at a crowd of basically your audience, your consumers, right? If they're like, hey, we just like it, this isn't something that we're gonna play, this and that, like because of X, Y, and Z. But then if they're like, buy it or shut the hell up, right? People are gonna be like, oh hell no, and they're gonna clap back. Every action has a reaction. Come on now.
Or Twitter storms, and the headlines calling them problematic.
Can I get an
so
amen?
Instead of standing their ground, these companies bend the knee. They hire consultants to audit their diversity and inclusion policies, not knowing that these consultants are birthed out of this desire to eradicate a systemic problem that never existed in the first place. They change their hiring practices even if it means breaking the law, just to avoid being labeled as regressive. But here's the thing.
But you are regressive.
As consumers, we are the ones that hold the power. Gaming companies and developers ultimately rely on us, the players, to survive. This means our voices, choices, and most importantly, our wallets matter more than any agenda being pushed by a vocal minority. The key to keeping the people who harm this industry in check is simple. Don't support them. Legends like Smash JT, Grums, and Asmongold are prime examples of how gamers can push back. These individuals aren't just outspoken critics, they represent the voice of the average gamer. As Pirate Software once said about Asmongold.
So, Asmongold has always been a thing that, like, some people really like him, some people really don't like him.
I love this clip.
I've always liked him. I like his content for one reason, and it's very important. Asmongold
talks about
Asmongold too.
Is the consumer.
Yep.
Asmongold is the player.
Yep.
He's the everyman.
Yep.
Everyone's feedback, everyone's anger, everyone's rage, everyone's happiness over the things that you make. Asmongold is those things.
Maybe you don't share every opinion that he has, but there's a lot of things that he would say that you would agree with because you are the consumer as well.
Well, that, and also you're just like, you don't even have to agree with him at all. You can just be like, but he talks in a state of reasoning where you can be like, I see your point. Even if you completely disagree with the guy, you can be like, I see your point on this. And that's why a lot of people like Asmongold. A lot of people enjoy watching him.
He's the voice for all of them. And if you don't listen to him as a game developer, then you're not listening to your community.
Exactly. The same applies to Grums and Smash JT. They're not...
And it goes... Sorry. I keep pausing. But it goes the same way as being a content creator, a YouTuber, or a streamer, right? Like, if you don't listen to your audience, your viewers, you know, then your channel doesn't really grow. Your Twitch channel, your YouTube channel, it doesn't really grow. Like, if I stop doing videos of like, you know, talking about what's going on in the industry, right? Because those are the ones that are generating numbers on my channel, and those are the main reason why I have the sub count that I'm at. If I just stop doing those and I'm just gonna only do gaming, you know, just because I feel like I'm just gonna only do gaming, that's not good. Like that sub count is gonna drop, those follower counts is gonna drop. The reason why is because of that situation. That's what it is.
Part of some corporate machine or agenda-driven movement. These individuals remind us that we don't have to accept the erosion of gaming culture. At the end of the day, the gaming industry will survive this push for wokeism. We've already seen a steer away from it. Gamers are saying no. We've seen it with the backlash of poorly received games that put politics before gameplay. We've seen it with the success of indie
Dustborn
developers
was
or
like
smaller
fail.
developers who refuse to cave to social pressure.
Yeah.
And we've definitely seen it in the sales numbers. Games that prioritize fun, creativity, and storytelling consistently outperform those that try to preach or push an agenda. This is why.
Yeah, those that don't, if you guys don't know, like when he was talking about the thing with Space Marine 2. Who's your favorite hard/heavy music? What's going on, Noodles? Hard heavy music. I don't really listen to hard heavy music, but a song that I listened to was a song I listened to was 6 by All That Remains, or it might be the other way around. I like listening to them. I like listening to that song and from that band. I don't think I actually have like a favorite one. I haven't really thought about that. But yeah, like where I was going with the whole thing with Space Marine 2 is the developer for Warhammer Space Marine 2, which I still need to play. Eventually, I still need to play that game. They were like, we wanted to make this game because we want people to go back to the basics of how, like, just having fun with the game. Even it doesn't matter how ridiculous the game can be. Like, people just want to have fun that they can enjoy. Just a simple thing, like just listening to, just having a simple outcome of the game, like a simple thing of the game, where it's just like, hey, you're a space marine, but then there's like hordes and hordes of these aliens that you could just kill and slash with a sword. That's pretty much what it is. That's pretty much what it is. And people were playing it and having a great time. There are people that have never played the game before, and their reaction was, I can see why people love Warhammer 40K. Now it makes sense. And it brought new people in. And it's just because it's the simplicity of the game. That's it. Like, shoot, I think people still play it, but World War Z came out, and there's like, obviously you go through the campaign and everything like that, and they keep adding more content in there and more campaign levels. But they also have like a horde mode, and you play the horde mode, and you're like, okay, so what I'm gonna do is, obviously, like, I kill zombies and stuff in the horde mode. I develop an amount of points. I can upgrade my defenses and things like that. The overall goal is just to survive. That's it.
Why the white men are bad narrative is so baffling.
Like, when I heard about Rainbow Six Siege new character in a wheelchair, a woman, oh my god.
Wait, what?
Or what's going on with Assassin's Creed Shadow, and the game is not even out yet, and we already are calling it a flop.
White men make up a significant
portion
of the gaming
insane.
audience. But more important,
what game talking about play black? It was the best first person that came out for the PS2. Awesome game. Oh yeah, it came out on the Xbox, original Xbox as well. That's a game I probably had to hunt down and buy. Like, Black was a good one. It was a good one. I remember playing Killzone, the very first Killzone. I played that on PS2. That was a very fun game as well. It was confusing because of the control scheme. Like, obviously you have the triggers to shoot and everything, but like to reload, if I remember, reloading was clicking the right thumbstick when I was like, wait, this is a very weird controller scheme. But that was a good game. That was a fun game to play.
importantly, gamers as a whole are incredibly diverse. The only thing gamers care about is whether a game is good. They don't care about the race, gender, or politics of the developer. They care about the experience.
Yeah.
When companies alienate their audience in the name of
until you force that shit in your game, then that's when it becomes a problem.
Of wokeness, they're not striking a blow for justice. They're shooting themselves in the foot. So then what's the solution? How do we push back against this wave of wokeism without falling into the same trap
don't
of
buy the
anger
games.
and division?
Don't buy it.
I think it starts with understanding. We need to recognize that the people driving these narratives aren't necessarily evil. There are some of you out there who will disagree with me on this, but I believe that many of them genuinely believe they're doing the right thing. They've been told their whole lives that the world is unfair and that they're fighting against oppression. They see themselves as heroes in their own
media lied to
stories,
them.
and while their methods may be harmful, their motivations come from a place of pain. But that doesn't mean we should
Yes,
let them
okay, all right, I understand that. But if they don't want to hear any type of argument and they don't want their mind and their perspective to change, they don't give you an option, they don't give you a space to tell them otherwise, they are in huge denial, then who are you to help? Like, there is no help there. They're not asking for it. They don't want to receive it. They don't want to hear it. Then there is nothing else I'm going to do. I literally cannot do anything. I cannot force them.
control the narrative. As gamers, we need to stand up for the things we love. We need to support developers who prioritize creativity and fun over politics. We need to speak out when we see bad
I don't play
ideas
Ark.
being pushed, but we also need to do so with respect and
I
logic.
haven't played
not
Ark.
anger. We need to try and avoid stepping down to their level.
Yeah.
Most importantly, we need to remind the industry of what gaming is really about. Gaming
Support the
is
games
about
that you think.
escapism. It's about connecting with others. It's about exploring new worlds, telling incredible stories, and experiencing things we never could in real life.
Yep.
It's not about identity politics, social engineering, or rewriting history. It's about fun.
And that's what we all been talking to this game industry about. We just want games to be fun. That's it. But it's like every time when we say the word fun, it's like it just like the brain shuts off, or like it's like a toggle mute when we say fun. And they just don't hear that word. It's so weird.
I'm gonna say what I said in my DEI Must Die video just to clear this up. Politics in games will never be a bad thing if it's done well. In
It's
fact,
done
all
properly.
of my favorite games have deep political themes. These woke writers need to stop being so heavy-handed with their approach to incorporating politics in games. It's so boring and people lose respect for your story writing abilities.
When it's in your face.
Thanks for watching, and a huge shout out
don't
to my
like anything to be
Patreons,
shoved
Joe
into your
Nordic,
face.
Matthew Wilkes, and Scarp. If you enjoyed this conversation, please like, subscribe, and share your
Yeah, that's the whole issue when it comes to that. This girl doesn't know about games. Soon I will be on Facebook gaming 100%, maybe Twitch, but my main gaming will be Facebook gaming. Cool. But yeah, that's the situation that's going on. Oops. That's the situation that's going on with that. And people just tend to just do whatever. They do whatever they please. And it's hurting. It's just hurting people. And I keep telling. I'm gonna wear a sweet tooth. Ah, nice. Let's see here. Alrighty. Is there anything else that is happening? Anything else that's happening? I want to see something. Oh. Wait, no. It's not a new. Is that a new video? No, it's not a new video. Yeah. Yeah, and it's. Ow. I think that's it. Do 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 da 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 do da 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 boom beam boom boom beam boom. Let's see here. No, I read all that stuff, and yeah, it's insane. Twisted Metal, awesome game. Yeah, did you hear about the Twisted Metal guy that's just attacking people? The guy that game directed Twisted Metal and stuff? It died out real quick, though. There's a dude that just immediately started attacking people. Yeah, started attacking people and stuff, and we're like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? And he does this because he tried to get fame and clout, which I thought was hilarious. I thought it was the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life, and I was like, bro, really? You gotta like, you gotta dial that shit back. But he wanted to keep going. He wanted to keep going and attacking females about stuff. They clapped back at him, and he had nothing to say. It was the funniest thing ever. Let me see here. I was like, bro, you can't be doing all this. Like, you can't be doing that shit. And thinking that, oh, nothing's going to happen. Like, if I had a chance, the originals died. Let me see if I can find this. I'm trying to find this clip. It was so funny. I was like, bro, you gotta we're just like, bro, you gotta chill. Where is it at? Do 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 do. Here we go. Want to remake it? Bro. I would just say, like, I understand people want to remake Twisted Metal. I just leave it alone. At this point in the state of how games and stuff are, I would just leave those games alone. Yeah, Legend of Dragoon, I know people want to remake that. There's a lot of games people want to remake, but I'm just saying, like, for as great as those games are and everything, just leave that alone. Unless you want to enhance the graphics, make some probably make it like multiplayer or something like that. Cool, but after that, don't touch it. That's my whole thing. When EA was asking, or when DICE was asking, would you guys like to see a remake of Battlefield 3? I said, yeah, just improve the graphics and improve the server. Improve the server and the graphics. After that, don't touch it. Leave it alone. And people are like, yeah, true facts. I'm like, we don't need all this extra shit in the game because that's just going to ruin the game. It's not going to be like how it was before. They're trying to do remakes and stuff of these nostalgia factors, but then they keep adding stuff into the game, which doesn't make it nostalgic anymore. You're just trying to almost trying to rewrite the game. And I'm like, dude, this is stupid. Stop it.
Right. You are in that chair, Vera, because of your hair and your face and your gender.
I've heard stories about how David Jaffe seems to have gone off the deep end and fallen into the insane bucket and not able to crawl out of it. But what I just witnessed in one of his streams the other day completely exposed exactly just how far this guy has gone.
Oh, by the way, if you are like this guy, if you argue with him, he gets mad and he'll just boot you off.
And it is not something he's ever going to recover from. What's going on, guys? Welcome to another episode of Smash JT. And David Jaffe just went on some serious,
that would be cool.
Unhinged rant against friend of the channel, Vara Dark. Full bias disclosed here. I think she's a very good, high-quality content creator, which I've butted heads against with her in the past, but I've always respected her, which is something that David definitely didn't do here. The way he's acting with all of this goes to show just how far the mighty.
There's a difference between respecting and disrespecting somebody. You can disagree with a person and still respect them. It can still come off as respect. You can be like, hey, your take on this, like I hear your thoughts. Respectfully, I disagree with it. And then you say, and here's why. and then you just go back and forth. But when you start doing like emotion and jealousy, like some type of emotional response, and like to attack somebody, then that goes out the window.
Have fallen. Hit that subscribe, give me a like, and check out smashjt.com for the full article breaking down David Jaffe's unhinged rant attacking Vara Dark. Not because he thinks she's just unintelligent, but because she's pretty. And that's why she gets attention?
I mean, you're not educated enough. You're not bright enough, Vera, to talk to me or to talk about what I talk about. You're just not. You are not. And I'm going to look. You are a somewhat attractive woman with a really great head of hair. That's why you have an audience.
What? We really going there? How the mighty have fallen. David Jaffe, the creator of God of War, at one time, way back in the day, had quite the storied gaming career. In recent public tirade, way back in
David Jaffe is an American video game designer and creator of the Twisted Metal and God of War series. Now remember, he made Twisted Metal and God of War. People gave him so many chances to back out of what he's doing, but he still continued. People said for you to like, because now it looks like he's just doing it for relevancy, which I was like, oh my goodness gracious, that's insane. And at first I was like, no, it can't be for that. But the way he just kept going and going at people, I'm like, bro, literally, you could have made God of War books. You could have done like stories, artwork, something. You could have done something like related to the Twisted Metal and God of War series and like still live on through that. But you chose to go down this route. And again, remember, it's choices that people make, but then they don't realize the possible outcomes for what they're doing. Every choice.
In the day, had quite the storied gaming career. In recent public tirades, though, it has clashed directly against the legacy he built for himself, specifically, this time, against YouTuber Vara Dark, among a slew of other strange takes that he's had recently, and it's left everyone questioning his own sanity. So when I get into this here, let's first show what Vara Dark was saying in her take on his weird take.
Like, look at Matt Hansen, the art director of Avowed. He said he wants crusty white dudes removed from the industry. Do you really think that that is like an acceptable comment? No, it's not, but he thinks it is. These are the types of people that we are calling out. And because these types of people are running rampant in the industry, there's really nobody who has a differing opinion. And then we get the same types of games over and over. So all we are doing is calling out a company when we see content we do not like.
Vara's roast was direct but fair. She called Jaffe salty for blaming gamers and YouTubers for failures in the industry while refusing to accept the mediocrity of the Veilguard. But recounting Jaffe's past comments and her observations about his hypocrisy seemed to really strike a nerve on Jaffe. Yeah. And this guy goes on an unhinged rant for a give or take 5 or so minutes with some really great sound bites because this is just pure insanity.
I mean, Vera Dark, look, however much you love Vera Dark and you love this side of the aisle, that's cool. Okay, but hang on. And do I think Trump's assassination was staged? I don't know. Hell, going back to Barack Obama not being a citizen.
I don't know what the hell. I don't know what that has to do with
kids going to school and coming home a different sex. You really want to go toe to toe with which political party, Vera?
Jaffe responded with a tirade that was as condescending as it was, frankly, bizarre. Among his many hot and spicy takes along the way, he accused Vara of being a mental lightweight and repeatedly demeaned her intellect, appearance, and credibility. He straight up went to attacking her looks to try to defeat her. And it's a bold strategy that typically doesn't work out. Like, it'd be one thing if Vara Dark was just this bubbly personality that's super attractive, that doesn't really have anything to say about gaming in general, but she's just like a pretty face to look at. Okay, I might actually give you that. But Vara isn't just that. She has a lot of insight.
Jeff, you're very zoomed in. You gotta back up a little bit. Back up, Jeff. Back up a little bit. Love you, man. Back up a little bit.
Insight in gaming. She plays these games. She loves these games. She has a passion for making the game industry better. And if you actually paid attention to what she does, you'd see that instantly.
Vera Dark is not well researched, well read, or very articulate.
He goes on ranting about YouTubers and
But why? Why is that? And believe me, I checked in one of his live streams. I know I go off on a tangent. I will say that. I know I go off on tangent. But if somebody were to ask him a question, like if he were to ask a question about an issue that's going on, and you answer it, but it's not what he expects, then he gets mad and goes to something else. Or if you were to ask him a question, he kind of like veers off of it, and it's like, I don't get it. Yeah.
Varadark specifically, and calling them grifters and trying to call out what a grifter is and saying that he knows the definition of a grifter and that it's somebody who makes up lies to trick people to make money off of them. Which would mean that he's saying that Varadark is straight up making up lies? How? Like, source? Can I have some receipts on this?
Because the funny thing is, she's reading off of this article right here.
Because everything I've seen her do is the opposite. She gives proofs, tangible opinions, facts of what she's played, and how it directly correlates to why it's a downfall and downgrade from what it used to be.
Yeah. Vera, because of your hair and your face and your gender. But let's be clear. You are, so far, my encounters with you online, you are kind of you're a mental lightweight.
The irony of his statements are not lost on me, with him directly contradicting himself mere seconds after saying something. It's almost like he forgot he said it to make a different point that contradicts exactly what he was just talking about.
Yes.
You're a mental lightweight, and that's fine. People have all kinds of, like, you know what I'm bad at, Vera? I'm bad at math, man. If I was in, like, you know, NASA and they were like, oh shit, the space station's gonna explode. Everybody, we can only solve this by looking at the blueprints and the math and the, you know, geometry. I don't know. Jaffe, get in here. Within 5 minutes, they'd be like, Jaffe, go get the coffee. It's not for you.
Wait, that doesn't make it. You're bad at math, but if there's an issue that's going on at NASA, they're going to say, Jaffe, get in here. But you're bad at math. That's where he was going with that, right? Because that's what it sounds like. He's bad at math. If something happens, they're like, Jaffe, get in here to look at the blueprints and the math, but you're bad at math. I wouldn't call for you if you're bad at math. You wouldn't even have that. You'd be fired.
That's okay. They're right.
This is the one thing that I've learned with YouTube over the 8+ years now that I've been doing this. You never go personal attacks without some sort of substance behind it. You don't attack the looks of someone without having a reason to do that. This strikes me directly as someone who is just being very jealous and wishing that you had the numbers and views that she gets. And there's a reason you don't have that. And how you acted right here.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm jealous of Smash JT. Why? Because where he's recording his YouTube video or his YouTube videos and stuff, he built a shack. He built a shack and like he has a computer in there and everything in there. That's where he does his live streams and that's where he does his videos and stuff. And it's away from everybody else. And also he has a house. I'm jealous. Yes, I'm jealous of Smash JT because of the things that he has. But guess what? I'm happy for what I have right now. Okay, I have a computer. I have all this stuff. It is amazing. I have a roof over my head. So, yeah, it's okay to have a little bit of jealousy to, little bit of jealousy to people because you know they have something that you don't have. But that doesn't mean you can't get that. You know, well, minus being a male and another being a female type of thing. You know that stuff. But you know what I mean. Or like, you know, being black and one being white, one being Asian, you know, things like that. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah. Other than that, you can like if it's materialistic things, you can achieve those things. You just gotta work hard. You just gotta work hard. Sometimes you may have to work harder than the other. Some people were just born with it, you know, silver spoon in the mouth. And other people, they just have to work hard for it. But guess what? The people that work hard for this, like work hard for the shit, guess I keep saying guess what a lot. Sorry. People that work hard for this shit, like they know the ups and downs, the ins and outs of the process of doing that, compared to somebody that was born with a silver spoon in their mouth where they can just immediately buy it. When they find out like that shit doesn't work or whatever sucks, like like it doesn't work or whatever, they don't know what else to do. But like if a rich person buys a Ferrari, they buy a Ferrari, cool, right? But if a person like saves up so much money to buy a Ferrari, they may not want to buy the Ferrari because they're like, well, I saved up this much money to get a Ferrari, but then I realized this car breaks down a lot or whatever, and the rich person's like, oh damn, my car broke down, I don't know why. And if you don't have the mechanical skills, then you're screwed. Or if you don't got the money to take it to a shop, because parts for that is ridiculous. I mean, tens of thousands of dollars just to replace a headlight on a Ferrari. Ridiculous.
Here is perfectly exemplifying that. And I can't help but wonder if he feels like the reason why Vara Dark is being so successful, garnering well past 100,000 subscribers and getting tons of views on all her videos. What does someone like David Jaffe think about Hypnotic, that has about 70 or so thousand subscribers, tons of views on his videos, huge live streams, and is growing rapidly? And he just has an avatar. There's no actual person that's shown there. So what's the excuse there? It's just apparently Hypnotic's okay because he's a man? Like, this is so abhorrently sexist and just misogynistic that I'm shocked that people on his side aren't calling him out for these ridiculous comments. Jaffe's meltdown here has done absolutely nothing to garner him any more support in the community. If anything, it's been the complete opposite, with him being roasted everywhere and fully deserved. If anything, this has brought the spotlight on him for all the wrong reasons. And sure, he's going to get some short-lived attention, but long-term, he's going to see his channel fade into obscurity.
Wait, not surprised at all that Jaffe is a sexist progressive if a woman doesn't have the same opinions as him. That's how all modern day progressives are. Yeah. They say that they are a welcoming and loving party, but go full racist and sexist if you step out of the hive mindset. My personal thing is, it's just with the modern day progressives or whatever is, if you genuinely disagree with one take, you are marked as the enemy. You are marked. It's get out type of thing. It is the craziest thing ever. I'm like, dang, if everybody's just so one-sided, right? And everybody agrees on this one thing, that must be a very boring society. Can you imagine if everybody just has the same everybody has the same thoughts and same opinions? Like, just imagine if everybody was on the computer. Like, I mean, everybody. I mean, every single person is on a desktop computer. And we're just like, man, that would be so boring.
Obscurity, as these kind of things always follow the same exact path. His comments are a complete overreaction to any kind of legitimate criticism. Vara's roasting video may have been blunt and straightforward, but it focused on overall industry concerns, highlighting Jaffe's refusal to acknowledge failures in gaming that goes well beyond just calling people YouTube grifters. Not that anyone's really surprised at this point. Hell, if anything, Jaffe has become great comedic relief for the entire community. People now go to his channel to laugh at him, which I guess if he's desperate for views, he'll get the views right now. And great. But this kind of shtick gets old really fast.
My mind is fine. Go fuck yourself, lady.
Instead of addressing any of the actual points Vara made, Jaffe resorted to name-calling, condescension, and self-contradiction. For a creator once celebrated for his contributions to gaming like God of War and Twisted Metal, this is one of those perfect examples of how the mighty have fallen. It's almost like there's something that's happened to him physically that's impaired his mental capacity. Because these kind of actions and reactions that he's had are not normal. And he is not going to win any support in the community by acting the way he does.
Use that definition is not accurate, because now she's going on to saying, I actually played the games and streamed them. I'm like, great. But if you played the games and then you're manipulating data you have in order to make money, you fit the definition of a grifter.
But where is the manipulation of the data? It's right there. How is she manipulating data if she is reading off articles?
That's all I'm saying.
But in the meantime, I guess we could all point and laugh. Anyways, I'm going to leave it there. If you guys want more information, check out smashjt.com for the full article. If you appreciate what I'm doing, hit that join button. Thank you so much for watching, and as always, you stay smashing.
Because they have the charismatic grifters that make the videos that for whatever.
That is insane. If you guys want to, here's the video. I'll throw it in the chat too. Guys, I'm gonna head off for tonight. I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. My stomach is killing me. My stomach is killing me like crazy. So, man, it's for that mac and cheese. But I appreciate everybody. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me and everything. On my birthday, you guys are awesome. You guys are amazing. If you guys, YouTube side, I don't have a raid feature. I don't have a raid feature, but YouTube side, if you guys want to, go to this YouTube link. This is Smash JT, who's live streaming talking about stuff from Wired magazine, which looks really interesting. I gotta use the bathroom, so be sure to go check him out. Let him know that I sent you guys over there. All right, appreciate you guys. Twitch. Before, oh shoot, I don't know if I can. I'm gonna send you guys over to Bizzle. I'm gonna send you guys over to him before this happens. Oh shoot. Come on, thing. Come on, go through. Come on. Where'd he go? Shit, there he is. All right. Raid Bizzle. All right. I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. I love you guys. Thank you guys so much. I'll be live tomorrow. I'm not entirely sure. We gotta finish Rainbow Six Vegas 2. And that for sure. And yeah, I'm gonna go to use the restroom and everything like that. And also I'm gonna go finish watching Squid Game because Squid Game is so good. And it came out today. So, or yesterday, whatever. Anyway, I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. I'll see you guys later. All right, peace. Bye. Later.